Good morning to all of you and welcome to the EEB's 2020 annual conference. Our EEB president, Johanna Sandahl, is going to open the conference. Johanna, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Patrizia. Dear friends, it's a real pleasure to welcome you all to the EEB annual conference. My name is Johanna Sandahl and I am the president of the EEB. 32 years ago, about a third of a century ago, in the year 1988, thousands of dead seals floated ashore the coast of Sweden. The Great Seal Death had struck the Baltic Sea, and the environmental debate was a fact. And in the parliamentary election that year, the Green Party entered the Swedish parliament for the first time. I was 14 years old and very worried and upset about the death of the seals and a lot of other things had happened around me. Only 2 years earlier, two major events had shaken Sweden. Prime Minister Olof Palme had been shot dead in the open, and only a few months later, the serious reactor accident at the Chernobyl nuclear power plant took place, after which radioactive particles spread to large parts of Sweden and other parts of Europe. George H.W. Bush won the US election, and during his presidency, the Kuwait War would dominate much of the news reporting. In 1988, the EEB had been fighting for environmental issues for 14 years, but it wasn't until now or then that the European Council conclusions for the first time mentioned sustainable development. Only a few years later, things looked a bit brighter. George H.W. Bush and Boris Yeltsin formally declared that the Cold War was over. The Berlin Wall had been torn down. The Velvet Revolution had overthrown the dictatorship in Czechoslovakia, and the Baltic countries had become independent states. From an idea that originally came from the Swedish Society for Nature Conservation, the world's first carbon dioxide tax had been introduced in Sweden. After 20 years of hard work, the white-tailed eagle was no longer threatened, and the lynx had been protected. And not the least, in Rio de Janeiro, the world's nations gathered for the United Nations Conference on Environmental Development, the Earth Summit. And I remember that I was thinking, it's happening now. We can change the world. But 32 years later, I think it's relevant to ask yourself if it was really then it happened. Well, in a way, it was not. All the nice words, visions, and goals that were the result of the Rio conference have in fact not become reality. But seen from another perspective, it was then it happened. It was one big event, together with other big and small events, that contributed to the beginning of a change. Just as the small and big actions that happen today around Europe and the rest of the world together makes a big difference. The thought of it's happening now gives me a lot of energy. And today, I'm absolutely convinced that it is now it's happening. The world is changing. 93% of EU citizens see climate change as a serious problem. The knowledge about biodiversity and the willingness to protect it is growing constantly. People's awareness about the problems our lifestyles are causing is growing stronger and stronger. When the World Economic Forum compiles the most serious global risks to society, the list is dominated by environmental problems, such as extreme weather events, natural disasters, biodiversity loss, and the collapse of ecosystems. The insight is there, but also the power of action. The world's nations have agreed on the Paris Agreement. Agenda 2030, with its 17 global goals, has been established. And in city after city and country after country, plans are being developed to make sure the agenda becomes a reality. Even in EU politics, or one can say especially in EU politics, there is clearly something going on. With the European Green Deal, the possibility to meet the great challenges we face is far better than just a few years ago. And the fact that the commitment to the Green Deal seems to have held through the pandemic, morphing into an insistence on a green recovery, is to be welcomed. But of course, a still a lot needs to happen. Fine words and ideas that we can find in the European Green Deal need to be turned into very specific and concrete policies in many different areas. So far, almost 1 year on, we've seen some positive results with the biodiversity strategy for 2030 and the chemical strategy for sustainability, whereas the farm to fork strategy and the circular economy action plan 2.0 have been of mixed quality, and the industry strategy and climate law proposals have been disappointing. Of particular concern is the direction of the CAP negotiations, which is out of line with the EGD objectives. We're still missing a sustainable development strategy for the EU in line with the 2030 agenda to serve as the compass for environmental, social, and economic policies, as well as governance. The gap between the rich and the poor in the EU is widening. More and more people do not earn enough to make a living. Minorities and migrants often live at the margins of our societies. And according to Eurostat, the EU is falling behind in achieving, for example, SDG 5 on gender equality. There is much work to do, and we will hear in the coming hours many ideas of what the priorities should be. While our particular focus is on European policies, Europe does not exist in a vacuum. A sustainable Europe, if such could be achieved, would mean little in an unsustainable world. Collaboration with countries outside of Europe and success in international negotiations, such as the climate and biodiversity negotiations, is of crucial importance. While the dust has yet to settle on the US election, a likely inauguration of President Biden in January suggests that the worst has been avoided and that the world's richest economy will no longer be led by a climate-denying president. These challenges strengthen my strong belief in the incredible importance of the civil society and the environmental movement. What an important force we are for the environmental and societal transition to really happen. Our knowledge about the challenges we face is broad and deep. We've got the ability to see solutions to problems. We have the strength to point out what needs to be done from Greece in the south to Norway in the north, and from Ireland in the west to Georgia in the east. A force that strengthens and defends the democracy that is so important for us to change the world. And now we gather here at this year's annual conference and the EEB's annual general meeting. Our way of meeting is very different this time. And while I would have loved to meet you all in person instead of virtually, I still look very much forward to these days with many interesting perspectives and discussions. It's my greatest wish that when we leave the conference today, or for some of us the meeting tomorrow, we do so with a feeling that we together can make sure that it's happening now. The world is changing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Johanna, for putting us in the right frame of mind for the EEB's 2020 annual conference, and good morning again to all of you. The European Environmental Bureau brings together citizens' organizations from all across Europe. Together with our 160 member organizations in 36 countries, we work on a very broad range of environmental issues. We speak up for people and nature to help shape policies for a sustainable future. I'm Patrizia Heidegger, and I'll be one of your co-moderators this morning. Just a little bit less than 1 year ago, the European Commission revealed the details of the European Green Deal in December last year. And we invite you today to discuss with us how we can rise from the ashes of the pandemic to an ever greener deal and secure Europe's environmental leadership. We would like to reflect with you, after this first year of the European Green Deal, how the disruptions caused by the pandemic can and must be used to accelerate the green transition towards true sustainability. This is our window of opportunity to make the necessary change happen right now. Let me ask my co-moderator, Patrick ten Brink, to tell us what's on the program this morning and what we're going to discuss.
Okay, thank you, Patrizia. Right, I'm Patrick ten Brink of the European Environmental Bureau. I want to first say about the red thread of the whole day and then the agenda. So what we're trying to do is to do a bit of a test 1 year in on the European Green Deal. Okay, so some of you will have already seen in your invitations, we've developed a background report paper for this, looking at what we think has gone well, what we think has not gone so well, and what we think has gone poorly, as well as creating a bit of a vision for the future as to what's needed for this to be a success. Now, Ursula von der Leyen, the Commission President, when she was voted for in the Parliament, was voted for on the grounds of her agenda and her program. The number one issue there was the Green Deal. So the success of the Green Deal is linked to the success of the Commission. So what we want to do today is to explore what's worked, what hasn't worked, and more importantly, what is the vision for the future. And so what we'll start off with the first keynote speaker, with Kate Raworth, who is internationally known as not only the donut economics, but a visionary. So we developed the big picture. What do we need to tackle? What do we need to address if the Green Deal is going to be a success? Then we moved on to a conversation with the Commissioner Sinkevičius, who's one of the key architects of the Green Deal, and our Secretary General, Jeremy Wates, to explore the issues of what's worked, what hasn't worked, and the way forward. And then we move one step in to the stakeholder perspectives, where we have 5 stakeholders. We have Florika Fink-Hooijer, of the GG of the European Commission, Leonore Gewessler, the Minister of the Environment in Austria, Pascal Canfin, the Chair of the Environment Committee of the European Parliament, Anna Colovic Lesoska, civil society and a prize winner, and Tonny Nowshin, who is a youth representative. So together with all of that, we should be able to create a beautiful picture from the different angles of what we need for the Green Deal to work in Europe and allow us to have a leadership contributing our bit to the planet. So back to you.
Thank you, Patrick. Indeed an exciting program for this morning, and I'm looking forward to learning more from all our speakers this morning. So how can you interact with us during the discussions? For each session, you will see a question and answer box. So please share your questions with us. Also use the poll function. The results will feed into our discussion. And last but not least, please share your thoughts and comments with us on Twitter, #EEB20. And now I will not make you wait very much longer. I'm handing over to Patrick to kick off the first session with Kate.
Okay, thank you again. So I'd like to introduce Kate Raworth. She's known for her donut economics, and the key thing is she defines a little bit the safe operating space, and she wants to lead us into it. So without a little more ado, I'll hand over to Kate Raworth, and thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to join all of you. Really important conference that we're going to have, and a discussion in a very critical moment, a very critical Monday morning for the world, I think, given the results of the US election. It definitely means that possibilities are opening that otherwise would have been closed. So let's see how that looks from a perspective of Europe. So I want to share some slides this morning so that I can tell the story together with those slides. I can't yet see those slides. If they could be made visible for me, that would be excellent. Thank you. So Europe's Green Deal. First of all, I have to just acknowledge that I am a British citizen, and I am extremely sorry and devastated that my country is on the outside of this. So I just want to acknowledge that I'm someone seeing what's happening in the European region, and I congratulate Europe on moving forward in a way that no other region has started to do. But will this Green Deal be harnessed for the transformation that we already knew was needed, or will it be hijacked by vested interests and business as usual? That, of course, has to be a critical question. So I want to start just by pulling right back by looking at the big picture of where we are in these days of the 21st century. Because this century has begun with repeated crises. 2008 gave us financial meltdown. We are living in an era of climate and ecological breakdown. And now countries around the world, across Europe and everywhere, are enduring COVID lockdown. And these crises emerge from the very systems that we've been creating. They emerge from the endless expansionism of human systems, whether it's the endless expansion of the financial system, the endless expansion of humanity's use of energy and fossil resources, or indeed humanity's travel and expansion into wild areas. Our strategy of endlessly expanding means that there are boomerang effects that hit back on us and undermine the very sources of our well-being. And so we need to reimagine what prosperity looks like. And so for this, I offer you a donut. Imagine humanity's well-being thriving in that green circle, leaving no one falling short on the essentials of life without the food and water, healthcare, political voice, housing that every person has a claim to, but also not overshooting that ecological ceiling, the 9 planetary boundaries that are Earth's life-supporting systems that make this the one habitable planet that we know of in the entire universe. So we need to find a balance where we can meet the needs of all people within the means of this living planet. But if balance is where we want to get to, we're very far from that now. If we go through, keep going to the next, we'll see we are in massive overshoot, falling short on meeting people's essential needs. We need to eliminate all of the red from the middle of that picture so that no person worldwide is left falling short on the essentials of life. But we have to do that globally in a context where we are already overshooting multiple planetary boundaries. We know we are in overshoot on climate change, but also on fertilizer use, on land conversion, on catastrophic levels of biodiversity loss that are breaking down the web of life. This is a global picture of humanity as a whole, but at the national level, we can see the story is very different for very different countries. So on the left-hand side, you have Rwanda, very strongly falling short on meeting its people's needs, but without overshooting any of those planetary boundaries. In the middle, we have China, both falling short significantly on meeting people's needs, but already overshooting planetary boundaries. And then on the far right, we have Australia. Relative to most countries in the world, it is meeting people's needs. This is a low global social bar, but it is massively an overshoot on its impact on planetary boundaries. And if we want to see where Europe is, well, yes, Europe, like Australia, is almost meeting its people's needs and massively in overshoot. By the way, this is the story for all high-income countries, because that ecological overshoot is not just the resources used within the land mass of Europe or Australia or the United States. It's the consumption-based use of the world's material footprint, fossil fuel emissions, water, land, the worldwide consumption, and it has to come back within. This is our generational challenge, to transform this. Now, if we take a look at 150 countries worldwide, all on this scatter plot, the sweet spot is that top left-hand corner, where we meet the needs of all people within the means of the living planet. And for me, this just tells us that we are all developing countries now. I have never encountered a single country in the world that can say, we're developed. Because there is no country that on this 21st century vision of what it means to be developed and have prosperity, no country is close. Every country needs an unprecedented transformation. And that means we need a phenomenal humility and unparalleled ambition. Now, Europe within this story is in the high income, high overshoot countries, all of those red dots that I've picked out. And of course, Europe has put forward the Green Deal. To me, the Green Deal's test is it going to bring Europe into that sweet spot that Europe is meeting the needs of all of its people within the means of planetary boundaries? And so the European Green Deal, it's been in practice for 1 year. We know it has a diversity of ambitions. It brings social transition and just transition in alongside a transformative green agenda. But what does it actually look like in practice? Will it be harnessed for the transformation we already knew was needed? Or will it be hijacked by interests that are long-standing and that will try to undermine transformation because it doesn't serve their vested needs? So I want to look at this from 3 perspectives. The vision and the leadership that's set out, which inspires and is set in words and in speeches and in text. What does that look like when it then comes down to the specifics of the target set and the strategy? And then when we get really serious, when the rubber hits the road, as they say, when we get down to the action, what does it look like when it's translated into legislation and finance? Follow the law and follow the money. So let me start at the top, the vision and leadership. First, we cannot deny that Europe has set out a transformative agenda with a broad vision across sectors, with social just transition written in alongside the Green Deal. It's leadership. And for that, Europe has to be recognized and praised for having that leadership. It's continued to hold that through the COVID crisis, and indeed recognize that every now and then a crack opens up in history and a moment opens up when you can make transformation happen. And the COVID crisis has to be one of those moments. And so to use the Green Deal as a vision for a green and just recovery from COVID is, again, strong, impressive leadership. When I read the texts, what I'm struck by, however, is the desire to hold together two quite different paradigms. There's the old paradigm of growth, and it's presented as a new growth strategy, but this is the shape of growth, right? Endless shoot, exponential growth, rising forever, going through the ceiling, up, up, up. And the notion that countries succeed by growing endlessly is a deeply rooted one. Deeply rooted, I say, almost 100 years. It's been around, the idea that economic success looks like endless GDP growth. And that's written into the strategy. But it also sits there with a much more holistic vision. I'm going to hold up the donut here. A much more holistic vision of thriving in balance. And that language, there's the idea of generative growth is put forward in the Green Deal. Now, to me, generative growth is trying to have the donut and endless growth at the same time. So these words need to be made to mean something. The commitment to planetary boundaries within some of the text is crucial because they begin to connect us to the laws of planet Earth and what makes this planet succeed. But how drive for growth and a recognition of planetary boundaries and a desire to be generative, how those are actually brought together in practice means everything. So let's go down to the next level of what this looks like when we hit the target and the strategy. First of all, let's start off looking at climate change. We have to recognize that 2050 is too slow, too late for the world's highest income, most ambitious, most historically responsible countries to think that that is an adequate time by which to go net carbon zero. It does not live up to the science or to this moment in history. I find it quite bizarre, actually, and I'm not talking just about Europe now, but all high-income countries that think the idea for them to arrive at net zero by 2050, it's like saying we want to be the fastest in the race, but I'm willing to hit the finish line at the time of the last qualifier. It's completely inadequate, and we need much more ambition again by 2030, not 55%, more like 65%, to show that transition is serious. Second, on circularity in the circular economy plan and decoupling. If Europe wants to marry living within planetary boundaries with economic growth, then decoupling is not just a nice to have, it's the essential, it's everything, it's the heart of the matter. Without it, nothing. So there are no adequate binding targets on decoupling being expressed in the circular economy plan. And that means that Europe does not have its eye on the strength of decoupling required if it really believes it's going to meet growth within planetary boundaries. So this has to be rectified. The decoupling, and I'm not just talking about relative decoupling or a little bit of absolute decoupling, I'm talking about sufficient absolute decoupling that brings down Europe's resource use, material footprint, speed and scale that's required. It's unprecedented. So this is a deeply transformative journey that needs targets and strategy to make it happen and to ensure that it's happening. Lastly, on targets and strategy, there's a real concern that Europe is ensuring its consumption is reduced and its environmental impacts are reduced within the area of Europe without having its eye on what's happening overseas. And I want to come to the question of agriculture, because although Europe's farm to fork strategy has some good progress on fertilizers and pesticides and organic and tree planting and protecting rivers, it doesn't have the equivalent eye ensuring that imports of agricultural produce are under stringent challenges as well to become far green. Europe imports a fifth of its crops and 2/3 of its meat and dairy. And between 1990 and 2014, while Europe increased hectarage of forest by about 30 million hectares, at the same time, 11 million hectares were being deforested in countries like Brazil and Indonesia for food products that were imported into Europe. So it cannot be a swap of biodiversity here and loss there. We have to take a global and planetary perspective on environmental and agricultural impacts. So let me come down from targets and strategy now down to the bottom, which is to law and money, the legislation and the finance. And this is where the risk of hijack becomes very, very real. And this is where I have some serious alerts. So first of all, the Common Agricultural Policy, as we know, it was drawn up under a previous commission. It is not compatible or compliant with the Green Deal. So what's going to happen? If that Common Agricultural Policy goes through, that's proof at the first hurdle that this is a case of hijack. It has to be taken off the table and retabled as a proposition that is compatible with the vision and the ambition of the Green Deal. So we need that transformation. Second, on the Recovery and the Resilience Fund facility, it's important that a large percentage, around 37%, at least 37% of that money is dedicated to green investment projects, but it also has to be sure that none of that money goes into fossil fuels, and all of that money does no harm in accord with the principles of the Green Deal and the EU taxonomy. So how that money gets spent, what projects the member states put forward, what the Commission agrees to, and how that gets spent will be the first evidence of the Green Deal on the ground, in legislation and in impact. And then the last point I want to raise is about the binding nature of the Green Deal's ambition and commitment at the level of member states. Will member states adopt this? And what happens if they don't? What happens if they don't follow through on what Europe knows needs to happen? And I want to add that it's crucial that the design of business and finance is reshaped to make this possible. So Europe's Sustainable Finance Plan is really important to keep pushing ahead in the direction it's going. And then the Sustainable Corporate Governance Plan coming next year is very, very important to bring along business. I spend time talking with major companies that know they need to transform, but know that they need the transformative legislative framework in which they can make that move. So all of this needs to happen together. So let me go to the final image I want to share, and I want just to come back to the picture. Can I just see the slides as well, please? I would like to show the picture of where will Europe be in 2030. In 10 years' time, where will we be? I'm just about to turn 50 years old. So in 10 years' time, I'll be 60. My kids will have left home. I want you to think, where will you be in 10 years' time? What will have happened to this picture over these 10 years? Because where Europe's nations are and where Europe is as a whole and what the Green Deal turned out to be depends absolutely on the actions, the legislation, the finance, the choices that underpin the fine words right now. Who do we want to have been over this decade that's just beginning? This has been one hell of a start of it this year. Let us leave this year in the past and move forward in a far more transformative way. But who do we want to have been? Who do we want our jobs, our roles, the commissions that we're part of, the companies, institutions, the NGOs, the governments that we represent? Will we enable ourselves to look back in 10 years' time and say, yes, we actually turned that corner. We began to put those fine words, decades of fine words, we began to make them real. This agenda of the Green Deal has the capacity, has the potential in it to be harnessed for that future. It also, as I'm sure everybody in this webinar knows, it has a very clear potential to be hijacked by business as usual, Europe as usual, vested interests that have no vision about transformation. Let us make sure it turns the corner that needs to be turned, and that as Europe emerges from this emergency of COVID, it pursues the agenda and it pursues the future it already knew that we needed. I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Kate. That was inspirational. What we'll do now is we've got had a poll in the beginning. We'll have a series of questions, so get your questions in for Kate. But I'll kick off with a couple of myself while you're getting your questions in. Well, first of all, a quick comment. Thank you very much for the speech. We wanted a visionary, and you gave us a visionary, so thank you. We wanted a way into a safe operating space, and you gave us that as well. A couple of takeaways for me is you mentioned several times the sort of unparalleled ambition is needed. You also mentioned repeatedly the issue of that the program could be harnessed or hijacked. You mentioned this is a moment in history and we need to turn the corner. So, and you also mentioned the issue of just transition. So I've got two questions to kick off. One is, I mean, we in the environmental community focus, of course, on the green aspects of the Green Deal, but we try hard to make sure that the social dimension is fully integrated. You mentioned the just transition, so I wouldn't mind hearing a little bit more what you think the Green Deal needs to do to ensure that the social dimension is adequately integrated.
Yeah, so a lot of the transformation that needs to happen, let's just say in the space of energy and energy efficiency, investing in energy efficiency of households, insulating homes, insulating buildings. It is a retrofit job that needs to happen street upon street upon street upon street across Europe. And that is labor intensive, semi-skilled and skilled work. And that creates jobs in localities because it's work that has to be done everywhere. So it's a really clear example of a win-win for reskilling people, creating jobs that have purpose towards green transformation. And then on circularity, create a circular economy. This is an economy in which resources are not used up, they're used again and again, far more carefully, more collectively, more slowly, and more creatively. And again, that creates jobs in terms of material reuse, refurbishing, reprocessing, remanufacturing, and it creates jobs locally. It takes us away from these very extractive, globalized supply chains and creates a far more distributed, localized economy. But that needs investment to make sure that there is a circular program of materials reuse and these different levels. So I see a lot of potential for creating employment through circularity, through energy efficiency. And also, if we begin thinking about greening buildings and bringing greenery into cities, that's what the biomimicry thinker Janine Benyus would call high-touch work, where material and greenery and trees and plants need care, they need maintenance, and that's a human connection with the living world in urban centers. So there are many different ways of creating jobs in this transformation, and I think it's crucial to focus on the new jobs that are being created. And of course, we've seen across the United States and across Europe now that the number of jobs in renewable and clean and efficiency and the green agenda are outstripping the old jobs left behind in the fossil fuel industry. So it's crucial to create those new jobs, but also to ensure a just transition for those who need reskilling, and to ensure that, as the European Green Deal itself says, no one is left behind, to ensure that this does not become a process of greater inequality. It absolutely need not be. Those investments need to be made to bring all communities along and to center opportunity in locality so that people aren't forced into large major industrial centers, but there is enterprise in rural, in towns and in villages so that people can work where they live and have that sense of local community. So I think there's huge opportunity to put the green agenda together with a far more transformative social agenda. And I'm so glad that it's written into the Green Deal. It has to therefore be made real at every step.
Okay, thank you very much. I've now got a question from the floor. Raoul Pop asks, we need member states to take a stronger climate leadership. How do we do that? So this is the issue of, at the moment, we've got at the European level a commitment which is being discussed of minus 55%, for at least minus 55 for 2030. How can we get the leadership in the member states on the climate? Because the more leadership in the member state, the easier it is to have a European ambition too.
Yes. So like you, I am searching for that. We are all searching. This is a big teamwork that many actors trying to bring about this transformation together. What I see is the pressure of Fridays for Future. I see in some countries pressure from Extinction Rebellion and from activists who have, some people say they've gone too far and they're too radical, but my goodness, they've pulled the window. They've pulled the window of what's normal and what can be expected, and they have moved governments and moved what's normal. And it's an undoubtedly essential force that's made positive change. So for me, it's the continual mobilization of Europe's citizens calling not for what seems feasible or practical or politically viable, but for what's necessary. And then it is leadership for within those states. In the work I'm doing, I'm, as so many people also will see, it's the leadership of one that creates peer-to-peer inspiration for others. I think we're seeing Europe providing that leadership. Europe was the first region of countries to come out and say in law net zero by 2050, and we're seeing others, China, Japan, Korea. Let's see what the US does now. But also within Europe and the member states, when one member state steps up and actually sets a more ambitious target, as some have done, I believe this will provide inspiration for others to realize that 2050 is just far too slow and doesn't sit with the ambition and leadership that Europe holds.
Okay,
and sorry, let me add to that. I'm not just talking about 2050, it's about 2030, that additional ambition. I mean, we will look back and realize that those who set higher ambitions for themselves in many ways made it easier for themselves, because once you set a high ambition, everybody knows that we're transforming. The message is clear, the information's out there, the signal is long, it's legal, and it's loud. Now let's just get going. When you set a less ambitious goal, a lot of energy from companies goes into lobbying. Can we be the ones who are the exception? Do we really have to try this hard? So actually a more ambitious goal sends a clearer, firmer signal and just actually makes it easier to make the transformation in the end.
Okay, thanks very much. I'd just like to build on that, and then I've got another question. But to build on that, you mentioned that we had China, we had Japan, we had Korea also committing to carbon neutrality, China for 2060, Korea and Japan last couple of weeks for 2050. Do you think there's space and opportunity for the EU to export its Green Deal model to other countries? Is there space for a global diplomacy?
I don't think Europe should try to export the Green Deal, because I don't think Europe would want to import a policy from somewhere else. I think policies and visions need to be from that place. But I think what Europe can do is provide the inspiration and the leadership and the pace that's needed. So I think whether it comes up by the name of Green Deal, doesn't matter whether something's called a Green Deal or not. What matters is that it has the vision of bringing humanity within planetary boundaries, so that we protect the life-supporting systems of this planet, and that we do it in a way that's just for all of humanity. Whatever countries want to call that, when we see the policies, we will know whether or not they're aligned with that, and whether or not they're escaping that long draw of 20th century endless economic growth. There's a really dangerous trap to get caught in, thinking everything has to be framed as endless economic growth. We have much, much clearer metrics now of what human prosperity depends upon, and it depends upon the stability of a thriving planet. And we can measure that in the planet's own terms. So let's put that first, because without that, nothing. We destroy the living systems on which we depend. So I want to see other regions, countries, whether they're small or whether they're massive global players, they all provide inspiration of showing that paradigm change is possible. And it's possible not just in terms of civil society leadership, it's possible in terms of governmental leadership.
Okay, no, thanks very much. So Europe should lead by example, and also engage interestedly between different regions to look at the diversity of solutions as well, because maybe we can be inspired by successes. I've got now a question in terms of leading by example, and Sophie asks something on the Common Agricultural Policy. You yourself mentioned that the CAP is running counter the objectives of the Green Deal. So do you see either a need or an opportunity for the CAP to actually be taken off the table, for the Commission to withdraw it and put a new one which is Green Deal compatible on the table? At the moment, both the Parliament and Council are entering the trilogues, but with the proposals that are not ambitious enough. Should Europe have the courage to try again with the CAP?
So Europe has to have the courage to say, if we're going to come in with the first piece of legislation under President van der Leyen's Commission is the Green Deal, and it is the framing piece of legislation. She made it very clear that this was the umbrella under which everything would follow, and this has been the umbrella under which all of COVID has been managed. And then an old version of the Common Agricultural Policy negotiation is brought in, and it's not compatible with the new vision that's been set. This is the moment when push comes to shove. This is the moment when the rubber hits the road, when we find out where the vision actually follows through in action. So, of course, it has to be made compatible. Now, I'm not sitting on the inside of European processes, so it's not for me to say exactly how and in what process, but it's quite clear as somebody, a passionate friend of Europe, watching from the outside, who worked for many years on the Common Agricultural Policy in my role at Oxfam. this needs to change. Either transformation happens or it doesn't. Either we harness this moment for the future we want, or we get hijacked by the past. And we know that the Common Agricultural Policy has always had strong vested interests that have made it an outlier on European progressive policy. This is the moment to decide and show whether or not the Green Deal is Europe's vision, or whether it's going to be watered down and co-opted and eased off to make way for vested interests that are too strong to be changed.
Thank you very much. I've now got another question which builds on the CAP but goes further. But first of all, we can be pleased that we have a new proposed government in the States. But with that comes the prospect of maybe a trade deal, because CETA was off the table in the last presidency, but now it may come on the table. So you mentioned that the CAP contradicts the goal of the Green Deal, but what about big trade deals like the CETA or the EU-Mercosur? Can they be made compatible with in bringing the EU's economy into the donut? So what needs to be done?
So they do need to be made compatible. And I'm not going to dive into the details of those agreements and those trade possibilities, but just want to stand back and say trade has to be made compatible with the vision of our time. And the dangers of our international institutions, whether we have the WTO or the World Intellectual Property Organization or the World Bank or the IMF, we have these institutions, we can very quickly get caught in what's already going on in these institutions, and we can get caught into incremental processes of what seems feasible within the jargon, within the frameworks, within the references of a particular area of negotiation. And I want to invite us to stand back and say, we now know more. We know that we are destroying the life-supporting systems of our planet. We need to create governmental policies within nations and regions that are compatible with turning that around. And now we need to stand back and look at trade and ask ourselves, what kind of trading relationships between nations is compatible with life on a thriving planet? And let's not assume that we inherit the thinking, the jargon, the concepts from the past. We need to be bold in rethinking what thriving trade looks like, that respects lower income countries and recognizes the long history of power imbalance between nations in trade, and starts to change that. Because we don't thrive on one planet as 10 billion people with one region always dominating over another. We have to enable everyone to live in the donut. So I absolutely would welcome a transformative thinking on trade.
Okay, thank you very much. We've got another question, or someone's phoning in or not? Oh, here's a question. This is very small. Okay, right, I have to read this out and sound like a whatever. Kate spoke about the importance of the EU to expend its sight on the impact of production of goods outside the EU and importing into the EU. I totally agree this situation is already happening on the EU level as more environmental ambitious member states are making use of less ambitious Eastern European member states for goods production. Don't you think the EU should take a bottom-up approach in the way of resolving the issue? Thank you. And that's from Ingrid Schulz of Europe Direct, Bucharest.
So Ingrid, I'm not up on the details of the different member states and the positioning of production, so I can't comment specifically on that. But I think, of course, there's huge variation within the European member countries. And in fact, that was visible when I showed the 150 nations on the donut chart. You could see they were in quite different positions, some of them with far more social challenges than others. So, of course, there's a huge balancing conversation and adjustments within Europe as well as with the rest of the world. The reason I focused on that is because most countries, in fact, when they want to talk about greening, they want to talk about their own domestic production. And yet we know that huge volumes of consumption comes from overseas. And if we are taking a planetary perspective, then we have to take in our global consumption and our global ecological impact. It falls out of sight of governments so often, and it ends up offshoring the impacts. So, of course, there needs to be transformation within the relationships between countries within the EU, but we also need to make sure that the legislation and the targets take account of the global impacts of Europe. Otherwise, Europe preserves itself in a pristine state at the same time as running down the living planet in other nations. That makes no sense.
Okay, no, thanks very much. So the EU should not only be responsible domestically, but also shouldn't just simply rely on the policy, the legislation, and the safeguards in other countries, but actually keep its own. We should keep our own principles and standards even when engaging abroad. Okay, we've got a question here from Shailendra Singh. For developing countries, social indicator improvements delinked from business growth is indeed tough. Do you have some examples of where this has been done successfully? Furthermore, where is the finance to come from?
So let me check I understand the question. So social indicator improvements delinked from business growth. So first of all, you said developing countries. I'm not going to call them developing countries because I think we're all developing countries now. I'm guessing you're meaning lower income countries. So as you could see on the 150 nations that I showed, there were many countries, let's say Zambia, Bangladesh, India, that have massively falling short on meeting people's needs and have barely overshot any planetary boundaries. Those nations need what we call economic growth. For sure, they need to see an increase in their incomes so that they can invest in people's health and education and transport and housing and jobs and opportunity. So absolutely, we need growth in those nations. I just want to use my hosepipe here again, because I said the shape of growth is shown like this, but actually in nature things grow like this. Growth is an S curve. And lower income nations, I'm going to use my nose as a third finger, and lower income nations are coming up this curve and need economic growth, but need to do it in a way that has not been done before, because they can't do it with the same degenerative fossil fueled economies that high income nations have. The countries I'm talking about when I'm challenging the question on growth are the countries that are up here on the curve, that have had growth, have very high incomes compared to the rest of the world. They cannot expect to grow forever. They need to find ways to grow and then mature and have a post-growth economy that comes to thrive without depending upon endless growth. And that's a completely different kind of challenge. So those lower income countries that you were talking about, yes, they need growth and they need investment from companies that are respecting the fact that they cannot go to those nations and degenerate the landscapes in order to make their profits. They need to create regenerative designs and distributive designs. And that's why we need to transform business at the same time.
Okay, thanks very much. So that's basically well-being is possible in a post-growth world, and it's good to have the inspiration from the nature and the planet of growth, different growth systems. I think we've got a call in now for a question. I think is it coming through? Voila. Bernhard, over to you.
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me? Good morning. I'm Bernhard from the EU Umweltbüro, and first of all, thank you very much, Kate, for this very inspirational start in the morning, as always, very much enjoying. And I have a follow-up question on, so you mentioned a term very often used is the decoupling, but another one is the regenerative economy, and we find it in the latest version of the Environmental Action Program. And what do you see as a specific policy needs to encourage a regenerative economy? This would be my question to you.
Oh, great question. So I don't know what Europe means when it uses the word regenerative, because I see the phrase regenerative growth, and that makes me think someone's trying to take two paradigms and just really, really hopes that they look good when they sit next to each other. But it's not quite clear what they mean. So I would really like to hear Europe explain and give examples of regenerative growth. Regenerative design starts by recognizing that we live on a planet with cycles. And again, I can use the donut here. We have a carbon cycle. We have hydrological cycles of fresh water. And we need to find ways of working with and within the cycles of the living world. The air's ability to cleanse itself of pollutants, for example, and the cycles of life itself, the ability of a forest to regenerate, the ability of a shoal of fish to regenerate. So regenerative economies are economies that work with and within the cycles of the living world. They don't run down these cycles of life. They work within them. They harvest trees no faster than they grow. They harvest fish no faster than the shoal can replenish itself. It's a very different model from the extractive model of enterprise and industry that the 20th century was built upon. And so it means starting by recognizing that we have degenerated Earth's living systems, and we need to start by restoring them. We need to replenish the soils. We need to rewild much of the landscape. We need to sequester carbon in soil and in the landscape. So first, restore and replenish, and then sustain at a rate that is regenerative. And that's not how business has been done before. So it's a new vision of humanity coming home and belonging within the living world. And of course, I believe it needs to be, at the same time as being regenerative, it needs to be distributive, because another favorite toy, 20th century economies concentrated resources in few hands. We have major shareholding corporations that concentrate the value of company activity in the hands of its shareholders, who are a tiny fraction of all people. And actually, we need, instead of centralizing design, we need distributive design that recognizes that life is a network, it's an ecosystem, and ecosystems thrive when resources are distributed equitably throughout them. And so we need to create economies that are far more distributive of opportunity and distributive of value. So for me, a regenerative and distributive economy has to be what brings us into the donut that meets the needs of all within the needs of the planet. Now, I would absolutely love to see examples of regenerative agriculture in Europe, agriculture that is sequestering carbon in the soil, examples of regenerative enterprises that are helping to create renewable energy systems and getting rid of fossil fuels, but also of regenerating communities and that are distributive of that value. That vision is, to me, the vision of what the future economy needs to look like. Let's make it real in Europe, and let's find examples of policies and companies and regions and cities that are making it happen. We're working at the Donut Economics Action Lab. We're working very closely with the city of Amsterdam, who've taken the concept of the donut and saying we're going to use this as a vision for the future of our city and our emergence from the COVID crisis. And because they've committed to having no fossil fuel transport in the city by 2030, 100% circular economy by 2050. They're replanning the spatial layout of the city around the design of the donut. They are embodying it at the heart of their city. And it's not easy. It's not easy to say we're going to become a regenerative place, but this is the 21st century journey that we have to go on.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I think it's very interesting, the regenerative journey, and you underline that we need to work within context. And basically, in some areas, we've had a sort of ecosystem approach.
We would welcome a transformative thinking on trade.
Yeah. Anyway, so we've seen that an ecosystem-based approach is a good way forward, and nature restoration and nature-based solutions are good parts of the regenerative model. We had a poll in the beginning. I'd like to quickly share the poll, but to remind all of you what the questions were, we asked in the poll is, what do you think about the European Green Deal as it stands now? Does it bring about system change? Does it bring about important new strategies, action plans and laws, but not systemic change? Does it bring progress, but only a bit better than business as usual? Or are they have objectives that sound good on paper, but will not be realized? And the results we have at the moment is that the majority of people think the second one. It's important, has new strategies, action plans and laws, but is not yet a driver of systemic change. A few people did say it is. It does bring about, and a few other people on the other side said it's good on paper, but won't be realized. Okay, and some people think it's only a bit better than business as usual. So this is in some ways a challenge, which then creates a platform for future, this next speakers, is how can they address that? Because if you look on the tin, it does say system change. So how can we make sure what's in the tin is actually what's on the tin? And that's the big challenge. I don't know if you maybe wish to bring out a little bit more about your talks about harnessing and hijacking, because I thought that was interesting. You spent a long time on hijacking. Maybe we could have a couple of sentences on harnessing, because ultimately we want to realize all these opportunities. So what is the best way to basically harness the opportunities so that we get, when we do this questionnaire again, that we actually have a higher level? Great.
So I think the best way to harness the opportunity is when leaders just have the guts to go for it. They just say, despite my political intuition that tells me this is too daring, this is too bold, we're going to do it. We're going to actually make this legislation happen. We're going to put these plans into action. Because when you get to the other side of that decision, a clarity happens, that a new energy is released, and the new possibilities start to be made visible. So first of all, I think to harness that agenda, just let's have the guts to do this. because we know we've been trying for decades and decades. And like I said right at the beginning, sometimes a moment opens up a crack in history, and COVID creates that crack, and the climate crisis really creates that crack, and Fridays for Future marches create that crack. And if we don't jump on it and move with it, it's gone. So first of all, harness it by having the courage to move. Secondly, though, once you start moving finance in this direction, you unlock the possibilities of the new economy that's been waiting to be created. And that has all sorts of knock-on effects, positive knock-on effects that inspire others, create the new ecosystem. Things become possible. So it's much, much easier to show transformation once it begins, rather than to sit talking about it before it's begun. So just the earlier we start, the faster it will move, the more those positive co-benefits and knock-on effects come through. So, and then lastly, I do believe there is a genuine desire to harness and transform in so many people. The people I meet working in the Commission, the people who are very senior in the Commission, people in the NGO community, people in business, there are people desiring transformation everywhere, finding themselves, though, locked in systems and frameworks and silos and institutions and a language and a baggage and historical norms that hold us back. And there just are moments when you have to say, we are not going to be held by that. We want to be able to look back, whether in a decade or whether at the end of our own lives, and say, I was part of making a transformation that I knew the world needed. And we did it.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we're very coming close to the very end. I like the comment on courage. Maybe we've got time for one very last question. This is from Diego Marin. The energy transition requires billions of tons of raw materials and metals and minerals. How do we make sure we stay within planetary boundaries while simultaneously moving away from fossil fuels?
That's an excellent question, because there's a real danger that people think, oh, I'll just get rid of my fossil fuel car and get an electric car and all will be well in the world. When actually, as this question says, it requires materials and metals and lithium and mining and all sorts of issues. So yes, that energy transition requires new metals and materials and mining, and that needs to be done with a very, very strong eye on social justice around those communities that live where those lithium mines are and are suddenly finding themselves at the center of the world's attention. We also need to ensure we bring circularity, and so that we don't have this linear stream of material, but begin to use and reuse the materials and metals from the past. But also, of course, we need to power down the excessive energy demand that so many households and communities and cities and nations already have. So it's not just saying our demands are as they are, let's just substitute them with a different way of meeting their energy needs. We need to transform how we travel, how we eat, how we heat our homes. We need to reduce our impact on this planet so that we have the chance of living within those planetary boundaries.
Okay, thank you very, very much. We're now coming to the close. I think that was fascinating. And I think that we'll look again at the reports, the paper we've done looking at the Green Deal, what it's done and what it needs to do. And in light of that conversation, we'll sort of look again at what we have in terms of the way forward. There's a lot of terms and issues that you've raised. The just transition is, of course, core to what we do, but your redistributive value linked with regenerative economy was particularly interesting. The dangers of hijacking versus harnessing, and that we're basically in a moment in history where we need to turn the corner. And I liked what you said in the end. It's not just about having the guts, but it's also once it starts happening, once the finance starts flowing, you actually get a positive feedback loop. People see the success, people engage with other people who can, historically were separate, but we can work together, and maybe we can move towards making sure that the Green Deal is not just a semantic change, but basically a true system change. So thank you very, very much for that, Kate. I thought that was brilliant. And now hopefully all the audience will have thought it's brilliant. And for those who haven't seen it, we're recording this so that you can admire the discussion afterwards. So now I'd just like to close this session, if I can find the right piece of paper, which I can't find.
Well, I'll say, while you're looking for it, I'll say thank you. It's a real pleasure to join you. As I said, as a UK citizen now on the outside of this process, and really regretting my country not being one of the red dots in the graph that I showed. I really look to Europe for that leadership, and really admire and want to salute the leadership that a region of countries with many differences between them can show and can move the world, and keep doing it.
Okay, Thank you very much. That was excellent. So just now we're going to have a questions and answer session for the Commissioner is open, as well as the survey questions. So the next session will be with Virginijus Sinkevičius, the Commissioner, discussing with Jeremy Wates, our Secretary General. There should be, if you look on the home space, you should find a second poll looking at what you find as the most promising elements of the European Green Deal. What do you find that really offers hope that it's systemic change rather than semantic change? And also, there's, yes, and you'll start putting in your questions now, because what we do is we gather all the questions, the ones with the most likes and so on, we then take forward for the next moderator. And now we'll have a small break of 15 minutes, so please start again at exactly 10:15 and prepare your questions and your poll answers in the meantime. And for the moment, thank you very much. And again, a great, huge thanks to Kate. I thought that was very, very interesting. And maybe we'll put the donut to the Green Deal. Okay.
Thanks very much for having me in part of the day.
Welcome back to the EEB's 2020 Annual Conference. Today we're here to discuss with you how we can emerge from the pandemic to an even stronger European Green Deal and how we can secure Europe's environmental leadership. We're exchanging our opinions about how the deal can accelerate the transition towards true sustainability in the face of one of the most challenging social and economic crises of our times. I hope you've already been with us this morning to follow Kate Raworth's inspiring keynote speech. You have seen the poll. More than half of you in the audience believe that the European Green Deal as it stands now brings about important policy changes, has presented important strategies, but it's not yet transformative. So Kate's message was very clear. She said that we need unprecedented ambition, we need courage from the political leadership, and she also made it very clear that we need to close the gaps between the commitments and policies that contradict these commitments, such as the CAP or the EU's trade policies. So before we start with the second session, let me remind you that you can use the Q&A box to ask your questions to the Commissioner. So start right now to put your questions down. And also share your thoughts with us on Twitter, #EEB20. Now I'll hand over to our Secretary General, Jeremy Wates, who is going to sit down virtually with the Environment Commissioner, Virginijus Sinkevičius, to discuss the EU's environmental leadership in his first year of office. Jeremy.
Thank you, Patrizia, and good morning to everyone, and welcome also from me to our conference today. We're delighted to welcome Environment Commissioner Sinkevičius to this conference. Commissioner, you follow in a long line of Environment Commissioners, but I think it's fair to say that you are the first Environment Commissioner whose portfolio has been recognised as the first of 6 priorities, as Ursula von der Leyen put it. And so the expectations are very high, no pressure. If we see the European Green Deal as the flagship policy of this Commission, on which its success and or failure will be judged, you and the Executive Vice President Frans Timmermans are in fact the flag bearers. So we're really delighted to have you with us today, and I'd like to start off with a rather general question. As you look back on your first year, almost first year in office, what do you feel were the greatest achievements of the Commission, and of these, which were the hardest to win, and where were your biggest disappointments in this first year? Seems that we're having trouble with the connection to the Commissioner.
Morning. I'm very sorry, but I see that we have some problems with the connection. I keep on trying to reconnect and so on. Jeremy, I didn't hear the last bit of your question. I lost you from the part where you said that the expectations are high. If you could please repeat the last bit of your question, I would do utmost to answer it.
Sure. Yeah, I was asking you, as you look back on almost a full year in office, where do you feel that your greatest achievements were? And which were the hardest to win, the ones where the outcome was not a foregone conclusion? And also the other side, where were your greatest disappointments in this first year? Did you hear me that time or no? It seems like once again we're having problems with the connection. It's a pity. We had originally conceived of the Commissioner being together with us in the studio here, And the latest tightening of the Belgian lockdown rules put paid to that, unfortunately. So that's why we're having to do this with a remote connection, which at this moment is letting us down. It's quite a challenge working in this COVID world.
Yes, Jeremy. I mean, I don't know how we're going to continue. Unfortunately, the connection doesn't work well, but at least I could hear your question. Once again, please accept my apologies regarding the poor connection. But speaking, first of all, I would like to thank you for this invitation today, all the good work you do. The EEB isn't always easy on us, but I appreciate that. And I'm usually more interested in what happened next. But of course, there is a lot to take away from this first year as well. First of all, we live in times of crisis. Human beings tend to go back to old solutions, to business as usual. And I'm very proud that here in Europe, we did the opposite. Despite the dramatic situation, we kept our compass set on building a future, a better future. As President von der Leyen said in her State of the Union speech, the pandemic showed the limits of a model that values well-being. It reminded us of our fragility and the fragility of our environment, with glaciers that are melting, forests that are burning, and crops disappearing because of droughts. Climate change, biodiversity loss, natural resources depletion, and pollution are interrelated and interdependent. And the only solution is to tackle them in an integrated way. We have just listened to Kate Raworth, author of the famous donut, and I agree with her fundamental message. We are out of balance.
Seems like once again we've lost the commissioner. I understand the problem is at their end.
Am I back again?
You're back. Your voice is back anyway.
Yes.
You're back.
At which point you lost me, if you could say?
You were just referring back to Kate Raworth's presentation earlier this morning, and saying that you just started to speak about that.
That's quite well. That's quite well. So absolutely, I agree with her fundamental message. So we are out of balance, and policymakers should use one single test for a policy. They should ask if it's ambitious enough to keep us inside planetary boundaries. we have a decade to change the current trends and deliver a systemic change. I come back to your question. Certainly, the EU Green Deal is a key step to start changing the trends. The fact that its objectives are underpinning the EU recovery plan endorsed last July by the European leaders is a major political achievement. It is a unique and real opportunity to make a paradigm shift and move towards a sustainable, carbon neutral, and of course inclusive and regenerative economic model. We have committed to become carbon neutral by 2050 and are discussing more ambitious climate targets by 2030. We are committed to address biodiversity loss through the biodiversity strategy and farm to fork. I'm proud that these strategies are, yes, ambitious, but yet achievable. And more people we have on board. We are tackling, of course, resource depletion through the circular economy action plan, the move towards regenerative economy that gives back more to the nature than it takes is the path to take climate change and environmental degradation. And of course, minimizing pollution and enrich our natural capital. I think it's a huge transition. It's big transition. It's a huge opportunity, but of course it's a massive challenge as well. And that's why we are working on solutions with a place for everyone, where no one is left behind. Of course, it won't be easy, but like I said, we might not have a second chance. And at this moment, with recovery and resilience plans, we have a unique chance. We have a unique chance to build back better and help those who are in need of technical, of financial help to get on track of the Green Deal and foster the implementation of the Green Deal.
Thank you, Commissioner, for that. And I'm very happy that you were able to listen to Kate Raworth's introduction, her comments earlier. And I think one of the things you will have heard there is that she made a very clear distinction between the vision and leadership behind the European Green Deal, the targets, and the legislation of finance that need to follow and deliver. And she was very full of praise for the first, more critical of the second, and the climate targets, climate neutrality by 2050, minus 55 net, not ambitious, but perhaps the biggest concerns over legislation of finance. So my question to you is, how do you get from that vision, which I think many of us would agree is a very, very positive vision, and it's really been refreshing to have a Commission President coming in with that commitment. But how do you get from there to actually delivering on the ground? Is it mainly the legislation? Is it mainly the finance? Is it a problem with policy coherence? Is it about implementation and enforcement of existing legislation? I mean, probably it's a bit about all of those things, but which do you see as where the biggest challenges are?
Oh, that's a little bit of everything. You can't exclude one bit, of course. Addressing legislation gaps is important. Implementing properly legislation is crucial. But that cannot be done, and some of the targets cannot be achieved without a proper funding. I always say, also as a former minister of economy, usually countries, member states put the priorities. You can see the real priorities where the money are actually put, and that's crucial for implementation. But last but not least, what is crucial, of course, is society support. As we speaking about the transition, which is upon many sectors, and it cannot be done without society support, without having everyone on board, having with us, without, of course, us offering them a possibilities, a something better in exchange, something clearly better in exchange, and this is far overarching through whole Europe, from youth unemployment, let's say, in a south problem, to mining, coal mines in certain regions in Central Europe. So We have a huge puzzle to solve. I'm happy we have a solution for that. And speaking, of course, mainly the Green Deal, but speaking about the money, I think what's most important that looking at the recovery and resilience plans, in their national recovery and resilience plans, we are asking member states to meet the 37% climate spending target. At the same time, the national recovery and resilience plans needs to comply with the do no significant harm principle and to make sure that they observe the environmental adequacy. So these plans must be fully coherent with other plans to be prepared under EU law, such as the European semester, the national energy and climate plans, the just transition plans. So this governance structure will help us ensure that the next generation EU budget is a driver of truly transformational change that underpins a truly green recovery. So, of course, it means that Commission will be studying the submissions of national plans very carefully. My services, my cabinet and myself will also be closely associated to these national plans. And that's why we are making the case now while being drawn up. Some member states already submitted first draft and received very quick responses from Commission. But very clearly, we want to see public expenditure supporting the green transition, including through the green public procurement, green budgeting, carbon pricing, and of course, environmental taxation with lower taxes on labor and more incentive for companies to avoid harming the environment. So it is not just about making the right investments. It's also about structural reforms at national level, putting a price on unsustainable resource use and applying the polluter pays principle with a view to ending subsidies that end up harming the environment. And that will help us to have everything on board. You're going to have EU legislation properly implemented, because otherwise it will cost you. Secondly, of course, you offer the opportunities for people, and you get them on board.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think people will take reassurance from your comments about, how the Commission's going to look seriously about not only that the 37% of the recovery and resilience funding is spent in support of the European Green Deal objectives, but that the other, whatever it is 63%, is also spent in a way that does no harm. So I think that's very important. And I think it wasn't a foregone conclusion that the European Green Deal wouldn't be sidelined by the pandemic. And I think I at least appreciate the resilience of that concept within the Commission and among leaders. But of course, the devil is very much in the detail. And I think it will be a concern to see that we don't see funding going into, for example, fossil fuels, because that has been happening up to now. So I think, I think I'm very happy you're saying you're going to scrutinise that, but we will also scrutinise it, or into, for example, non-green hydrogen. But I'd like to move on to another topic. We lost a little bit of time at the beginning, so I'd like to push on to another topic and talk about agriculture, because, as you know, NGOs have generally welcomed the 2030 biodiversity strategy as one of the good products of the European Green Deal so far. We now want to see that it's well funded, that it's well implemented. But as you know very well, agriculture is the single biggest driver of biodiversity loss in the EU. And there is huge disappointment at the direction that the CAP negotiations have gone in. We heard Kate Raworth saying that actually the credibility of the European Green Deal now hangs on this, and echoing calls from many NGOs, including the EEB, to withdraw the CAP proposal. This was a proposal that was developed under the Juncker Commission. It was not designed to be European Green Deal compatible, and it's not. So we think there's a strong argument for it to be withdrawn. So my straight question to you is, will the Commission be willing to withdraw the proposal as called for by many NGOs and present a new proposal? And if you're not, how do you see the way forward to address the biodiversity crisis, but not only the biodiversity crisis, because the CAP is also very relevant to the climate crisis. And if agriculture is going to pull its weight in relation to climate, it's very hard to see how that's going to happen on the basis of where the current negotiations are going. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your question. I'm happy that we finally have a good connection and we can have a nice exchange. I'm very proud, first of all, of the EU biodiversity strategy for 2030, because it's ambitious and comprehensive. It addresses all the main drivers of biodiversity loss, and it proposes concrete actions and commitments. Even before we presented it, we knew it was only the beginning. Change will only happen if it gets implemented properly. So that was always going to be the big task for the next few years. And we know we are asking for a lot, and some people are clearly frightened by that. We need to significantly reduce the footprint of our agricultural systems inside and outside the EU. In fact, our assessments show we need to halve our footprint to return to a level of impact that is within planetary boundaries. That's why we need to aim for a CAP with strong environmental and climate ambition. And we are doing it not because we are a bunch of sort of green hippies. We are doing it to also help the farmers and to consolidate the future of EU agriculture, because they are first victims in the line. It's the only sure path to safeguarding the economic, environmental, and social benefits for farmers and citizens for the short and long term. And when we're speaking, I was asked multiple times regarding the food security. This is the threat for our food security. Losing harvest, this is the threat to our food security. Losing pollinators and what nature does, we cannot replace that system anyhow. This is the biggest threat. So both Council and the European Parliament have finalized and adopted their position on the CAP reform. This was a necessary step enabling two co-legislators to start negotiations with a view to reaching an agreement between co-legislators. But the positions that were adopted a few weeks ago is only a starting point. Some elements of the co-legislators' positions are not necessarily at the level of environmental ambition of the Green Deal. I think notably about the positions with regard to conditionality that was included in the Commission's proposal with the aim to link direct payments and certain rural development measures to an implementation of a range of climate, diversity, and animal welfare standards. And of course, we need to remember that the success and ambition of the CAP depends on the quality of national CAP strategic plans. They provide opportunities for flexibility and high ambition at national level. And we are already engaged in a structured dialogue with the member states to ensure they make best use of this opportunity. And as I said at the beginning, I very much welcome the efforts of the EEB in this area. You are doing a very important job in raising awareness of the importance of the CAP and of everything at stake here. And thank you very much for that. I think while the positions are so far quite apart now, there is a room for negotiations. So I would say that we go into trialogues and we aim for very ambitious agreement, which is, I think, within the possibility of reaching. And of course, Commission is going to be very much pushing for that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the problem with that is that you're entering the trilogues in a situation where none of the three positions on the table, the Commission's original proposal or the positions of the Parliament and the Member States, are satisfactory. And, you know, there's a kind of centre of gravity principle, which means that you end up somewhere in the middle of those three positions. And that's not a good place to be. And it's not a European Green Deal compatible place to be. So that's why, you know, I think there is this demand to withdraw the proposal, but I take it from your response that you can't tell us that that's what the Commission's going to do. You've mentioned the national CAP strategic plans, and that's indeed another avenue to pursue. Do you see the Zero Pollution Action Plan, which is in preparation now? I think it's due to come out in Q2 of 2021. Do you see that as a possible avenue for tackling agriculture, and we're not saying this to let you off the pressure in terms of withdrawing the CAP proposal, because we think that needs to be done anyway. But could you see, I mean, I will just say in passing that we're very happy with the chemical strategy for sustainability as the first kind of big element of this zero pollution ambition. But you now have this action plan coming in, which can address water, air and soil. So is there some potential for tackling agriculture's footprint through that instrument?
Maybe a couple words on a CAP. I think there is, we shouldn't be jumping into any conclusion yet. As I said, there is a possibility for ambitious negotiations and aligning CAP with the Green Deal, with the ambition of biodiversity, with the ambition of, yes, you're right in saying that all the strategies we are adopting under the European Green Deal, they are interconnected. Whether it's a circular economy action plan or a chemical strategy or biodiversity strategy, they are all interconnected and aiming for the main goal of the Green Deal. And yes, of course, zero pollution ambition is going to be part of this big picture. The first step was done, of course, with the chemical strategy, and it is important to remember, of course, why we are doing this in the first place, because there is an urgent need for action, and we had a recent confirmation of that from the EEA, Healthy Environment, Healthy Lives report. There are also huge differences and inequalities to be addressed, and of course, a toxic-free environment is crucial for protecting nature, but also citizens. We need to do a much better job at monitoring, reporting, preventing, and remediating pollution from air, water, soil, definitely noise, and consumer products. And that means taking a systemic look at all our policies and regulations from the angle of zero pollution. The plan is to build on and complement actions we are already taking to achieve the zero pollution ambition. I'm thinking of pollution-related elements. Again, farm to fork as one of these strategies, let's say, but I've mentioned others before. And when we talk about zero pollution, we're also talking about actions that make a significant contribution to our ambitions for the climate and circular economy. It really will be a harmonized approach in the spirit of the Green Deal. In practical terms, we have published the roadmap for the action plan and are now in the public consultation phase, and we will be launching the online public consultation very soon. You know our procedures. The preparatory work is very through with evaluations and impact assessments when they are needed for dedicated initiatives. And of course, as always, I call on you and who are watching and join us today. We will be very happy to receive your inputs and ideas now or in writing, both, of course, I hope, and definitely remain within our constructive dialogue.
Thank you. Yeah. Listening to your second round of comments on the CAP, if I was listening to you correctly, I think you didn't rule out the possibility of the Commission withdrawing the proposal if the trilogue discussions don't go in the right direction. Correct me if I'm wrong about that. We're certainly very interested in the zero pollution action plan, especially if it results further down the line in some legally binding measures to address those areas. I'd like to move to another topic now. One of the files that you inherited, some might call it a poison chalice, was concerning the Aarhus Convention. And as you know, the EU has for a long time, in fact, more or less forever, been in non-compliance with the Aarhus Convention because of the inadequate possibilities for access to justice at the level of the EU institutions. There are problems at the member state levels, but that's something different. And the Commission was really vigorously opposing the measures to correct this until recently, And last month we had the Commission's proposal to resolve this problem. And I must say we're very happy with one aspect of the Commission proposal. It does address the single biggest obstacle to NGOs being able to go to court, which is, I don't want to get too technical here, but it was the measures that could be challenged were limited to measures of individual scope, and most measures that NGOs wanted to challenge were measures of general scope. But there are other very serious obstacles to access to justice. Just as one example, state aid decisions. Under the Commission's proposal, there won't be a possibility to challenge that. Member states will be able to challenge it, and but not civil society. And this is these decisions are hugely significant. They can decide whether the fossil economy is being supported by a member state or not. And so I just want to know, I mean, obviously you will start by defending the Commission proposal. That's normal in the forthcoming co-decision process. But I want to know if you would be open, if the other institutions come forward with improvements like that, will the Commission be open to accepting them?
Thank you, Jeremy, for your question. First of all, let me return briefly to CAP so that I wouldn't be misquoted and that wouldn't have an impact on negative impact on upcoming trial. So Commission President in her written answer stated very clearly, Commission is not considering withdrawing CAP, and we are going to speak, negotiate with the co-legislators. Ambition CAP within the Green Deal ambition and within our plans, our core plans for the future, 2030 and 2050 plans. Now returning to your question on Aarhus Convention, I'm of course very glad about your positive feedback on some of the parts on our recent proposals. Citizens and NGOs play an absolutely vital role in shaping and of course implementing our policies. And I'm happy that we were able to deliver, to make a step further. On state aid decisions, it is actually the Aarhus regulation itself that provides an exception for public bodies acting, performing, and administrative review functions. And this exception, which applies to the Commission, amongst others, when reviewing state aid decisions, takes into consideration the fact that such decisions are national. The Commission's decisions in such cases have to comply with EU environmental rules. At the same and the same goes for, of course, the member states. But such decisions can and should be challenged at national. The problem must be tackled at the source. On your concerns relating to implementing measures, decisions requiring implementing measures are not altogether excluded from the scope of the proposal. It is only those specific provisions that requires national implementing measures that are accepted, and only temporary until such measures are adopted. Where implementing measures are taken at EU level, the decisions requiring such implementing measures and those implementing measures will be subject to administrative review under the new proposal. So very technical, I know, but probably it needs further explanation. So probably important to mention that on the other hand, where the implementing measures are national, it is normal that they should be challenged in national courts. And there is always a possibility for these cases to be referred to the Court of Justice for a preliminary ruling. So ultimately the EU level decisions can be challenged as well. We are well aware of the many remaining obstacles to access to justice in member states. And the Commission has already taken action to ensure that redress at national level is as effective as possible within the limits of course, its competences as defined in the treaty. And we will continue to do so, acting according to the four priorities we have identified in the communication adopted together with the legislative proposal to set such obstacles aside. It has adopted together with the new Aarhus regulation, a communication about what needs to be done to set such obstacles aside. So the Commission straight away commits itself to take measures to help member states to comply with their obligations, such as training, information sharing, capacity building, and of course, when necessary, it is also we also prepared to enforce these obligations.
Can I just say I'm really delighted the extent you've engaged in this topic, and there's a serious danger here of me following down that road and getting into a more detailed discussion on it, because as many people know, I tend to talk far too much about the Aarhus Convention, but I'd love to take that up with you in another conversation. But for now, I think it's important to move on to a question about the sort of wider geopolitics and to what extent you see that as either helping or hindering the European Green Deal. Obviously, the last few days we've had this Biden victory, and the prospect of a climate-denying president being evicted for the White House has come a little bit nearer. So that's obviously positive, though as Kate Raworth has pointed out, we shouldn't take it for granted that that's necessarily going to be plain sailing. But also there's the prospect of Brexit coming up, and the risk, I think a very real risk, of a semi-deregulated United Kingdom post-Brexit acting as a drag on the ambition of the environmental ambition of the EU. Do you see that as a threat, and what do you see as the solutions?
Thank you. Absolutely important part to touch upon, realizing that, of course, EU on its own cannot take this challenge, but definitely we can lead the way, and I'm happy we're doing so. The European Green Deal also, it recognizes that Europe can't deal with these issues like climate change, biodiversity loss, resource depletion, pollutions, and of course the ocean challenges on its own. We need a global dimension to our policies, and there is an obvious need to engage closely with all our partners. For the EU trade policy, that means, of course, ensuring that the Green Deal components, including its sustainability, are always at the front of our minds. Trade policy must actively support and be part of the ecological transition. And this is what we were talking about, to really understand and real, for sure, everyone who is watching knows it, but just what sort of big of a challenge it is. It's not sort of environmental or climate portfolio challenge. It's so much overarching. So trade policy is key when we're speaking about our foreign partners. As I think we can use our market leverage to promote an ambitious environmental agenda around the world, systematically, of course, including key obligations on climate and environmental in our trade agreements. Of course, we're also taking a holistic approach to sustainability across all chapters of our free trade agreement, notably on regulatory cooperation, public procurement, trade in goods, agriculture, of course, energy, financial sector, raw materials, and probably so on, including even intellectual property rights. When we do that, we will really manage to make a difference. And I think it is important to offer incentives to encourage third countries to make the green transition as well. And we must push our partners to be as ambitious as we are, especially when it comes to protecting the world's forests, stopping the illegal wildlife trade, and of course, fighting pollution. And I'm happy that, when in December, this commission, when stepped into office, the first delivery was actually the Green Deal. And we were, let's say, one of the first countries we were one of the first to very clearly state about our decarbonization 50. And now we see more and more joining us. I'm happy about Japan, about South Korea announcement. We have and probably a lot people already forgot, but Australia and New Zealand are there for a while now. China with their 2060 ambition, and now we have a result with, of course, with the United States with completely different approach. Joe Biden stated that it's going to be one of the first things he's going to do. That he returns to Paris Agreement on one of the first days when he's in office. Of course, we're all going to be closely watching it. After that, I texted straight away with John Kerry, who actually signed the Paris Agreement in 2016, that there is a lot of work ahead of us, and we're ready to take on this challenge with a partner, a reliable partner like the United States, but also other countries. And we all looking forward for CBD 15 in Kunming in China.
I hate to butt in, but we're running a bit over time. We started late, and so we're going deliberately a bit over time, but we will need to wrap up soon. And I really hate to interrupt, because what you're saying now is extremely interesting, and I think very, good, great material for a longer discussion. But we do need to wrap up in a few minutes. So I'd just like to put a final question to you, and if you can answer in a minute or so. You spoke earlier about what did you say? You said the EEB is not always easy on us. And I take that as a kind of a compliment, because we like to praise you when you do things well. We like to be critical when you're not. And we think that's the basis of a good relationship here. But what do you think that not just the EEB, but the wider environmental movement could do better to achieve our objectives? As someone sitting inside, the Berlaymont, in the heart of the decision-making process, how could the environmental movement be more effective, in your view?
I think now, of course, it's very hard to assess sort of what happened in the past year, because we've been quite busy tackling the pandemic. But I think first of all, you should be very proud of what you have already achieved, because our plan of full decarbonization 2050, the Green Deal, is a fruit, first of all, of your work. I mean, the NGOs, of course, together with those people who were there on the streets every Friday, speaking for their future, speaking for the future they want, and of course the politicians reacted to that call. Nevertheless, the challenge is huge, and we should not take anything for granted. There is so many challenges and such a long way to go ahead, where we will need to unite our powers, where we most likely need your checks and balances constantly, and we will definitely keep a fruitful dialogue. And I hope we will be able, like this conversation today, to listen to each other and give quite clear answers to each other by going ahead. But my probably wish for the very, very not to exclude and forget the biodiversity. You managed to do, and of course with the climate change, a buzzing word, but we tend to forget about all the other pieces that are important. And here probably comes biodiversity with everything related to it. We need to step up that action much more on the biodiversity. I think we need to show society what are the benefits of biodiversity and what are the losses, which are very obvious. Because sometimes I think this gets quite lost in the discussion, and discussion then spins quite a lot around climate change, not really looking further down the path. We have a very ambitious biodiversity strategy. It's achievable with clear benefits, with very clear benefits to society. It's not only about environment. It's basically about us being part of this planet. So I think it would be shame if we wouldn't manage to implement it. And of course, there we will need your help, sometimes maybe push.
Yes, thank you very much. And that's a very good point to end on. I mean, this was supposed to be, this year was meant to be the Paris moment for biodiversity. That's obviously postponed, but hopefully that will arrive. And I want to thank you belatedly for your clarification on CAP. Although I would have preferred you clarified it in the opposite way, but at least you did make the position clear now. So thank you very much, Commissioner, for joining us today. It's been really great to have to hear your thoughts and your perspectives. And you can count on us as a strong ally, sometimes a critical one, in the 4 years ahead of your mandate, and we wish you luck in that period. And with that, I thank you and I hand back to Patrizia.
Thank you, Jeremy, and thank you, Commissioner, for this interesting dialogue this morning about where we stand with the rollout of the European Green Deal. And thank you to all of us for staying with us despite the initial problems that luckily got solved. And thank you for the extra 5 minutes you gave us to make up for the time lost this morning with the Commissioner. So we'll have a break now, and we'll be right back at 11:15 with the third and final session, the panel discussion. So we'll see you in a little bit more than 10 minutes. Wait. Welcome back to today's annual conference of the EEB. So today, around 1 year after the presentation of the European Green Deal, we are discussing how we can emerge from the pandemic and the social and the social and economic crisis it has caused, but also how we can emerge from the triple environmental crises: the climate breakdown, the sixth mass extinction, and the flood of pollution which has been reaching all corners of the world. So how can we ensure Europe's environmental leadership, and how can the European Green Deal accelerate action for the transition towards true sustainability? This morning we've heard from Kate Raworth that we need unprecedented ambition and that our political leadership needs to show courage. Jeremy Wates, our Secretary General, has just been discussing with the Environment Commissioner about the huge challenges ahead. So in this third and final session, we would like to discuss if we are actually building back better. Are we building back differently? And beyond our direct response to the pandemic, are there other policies and other measures that we need to achieve the objectives of the European Green Deal? Policies that are only hinted at in the European Green Deal or that are not mentioned at all? And how can the EU amplify its ambitions at a global level? So please also let us know what you think in the poll, and please share your thoughts by posting on Twitter using the hashtag EEB20. Now we have 5 panelists with us to address these urgent questions. There's a lot to talk about, and we want to keep this virtual session short and crisp. So I'm asking all speakers to keep it short so we can give space to all of you and also to some of the questions from the audience. So let me first welcome Leonore Gewessler. She's the Austrian Minister of Climate Action, Environment, Energy, Mobility, Innovation and Technology. She's the former director of one of Austria's leading environmental organizations. And she took office this January in the government of Chancellor Kurz in a coalition of the People's Party and the Green Party. Welcome, Minister. The Minister has to leave us at around 12:10, so she will be replaced by Elisabeth Freytag-Rigler. She's the Director for EU Coordination in your ministry, to whom we extend our welcome. We also have with us Pascal Canfin. He's the chair of the Environment Committee in the European Parliament, and he's with the Renew Group. In May 2019, he was elected as a candidate of President Macron's La République En Marche. He served an earlier term in the EP from 2009, and he became the French Minister of Development, and he also served as the director of WWF in France. Pascal Canfin has drawn attention during this term, for instance, for his initiative in the European Parliament for the Parliament to declare climate emergency last December. Thank you, Pascal, for joining us today. DG Environment is represented by the Director General, Florika Fink-Hooijer. She can look back at a career of 3 decades in the European institutions, and she's been working on a diverse range of issues, from internal market to sanctions, from internal cooperation and humanitarian aid to leading DG interpretation. Florika Fink-Hooijer has taken office in the DG in September. Thank you for being with us. We are also joined by Tonny Nowshin today. She's a climate justice and degrowth activist from Germany and a campaigner on coal and coal divestment. Originally from Bangladesh, Tonny has worked with leading international NGOs in her home country. She is known for her clear demands to decolonize the environmental and climate movement and to address environmental racism. Tonny, we're happy to have you with us. And last but not least, we're talking today with Anna Colovic Lesoska. She's the executive director of our North Macedonian member organization, EcoSvest. She's a biologist, and she's been campaigning against the construction of hydropower plants in the Mavrovo National Park to safeguard threatened species. The campaign resulted in the World Bank and the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development withdrawing from their loans. Recognizing this success, she was one of the winners of the Goldman Environmental Prize last year. Welcome, Anna. So let me first turn to the Minister, Leonore Gewessler. With the Recovery and Resilience Facility, the EU has put in place the largest financial stimulus package in its history. Member states are submitting their national recovery plans now. So how are we making sure we are building back not only better, but also differently? How are we making sure the funds mobilized are not used to repeat the same mistakes by focusing on economic growth instead of long-term sustainability, resilience, human and planetary well-being? Can you give us some insights into how you approach these challenges in and from Austria?
I will try to in a very short time. So let me start with a thank you for the invitation. I'm very happy to be here, and I'm very sorry that I have to leave early. I try to avoid this a lot because I also love to discuss. So I'm sure Elisabeth Freytag-Rigler will replace me in a perfect way in the discussion, but sorry for me to have to leave earlier. Just a quick look at the framework in which we operate at the moment. I think 2020 has been an exceptional and exceptionally challenging year for all of us. The pandemic, its major impact on society and economy, a terrorist attack in Vienna just a week ago, a quite nerve-wracking US election. There's a huge burden on all of us to deal with this situation at the moment. Nevertheless, I think in all of this situation, something has happened which gives me hope, which gives me confidence for the future. On the one hand side, we see as many people, young and old, throughout all of Europe, organize for ambitious climate policies and who want to actively shape their future. And on the other hand, we have a European political level with the beginning of the implementation of the European Green Deal, which was presented last year, really marks an opportunity and maybe a historic opportunity to make the EU more sustainable, more ecologically sustainable, socially more sustainable, resilient, and also just in the long term. And so it's of great importance, and I really don't want to underestimate it at all, that we stick to this plan in this exceptional situation. So that's why I talk about it being historic, in a sense that that the Commission proposes to increase our climate goal, climate ambition to a greenhouse gas reduction of at least minus 55% compared to 1990 levels. And on top of that, to make this goal legally binding in the climate law. And in light of the scientific research, this is the minimum we need to do. This is what we consider a necessity. Also, the European Parliament, and we'll hear from Pascal Canfin later on, has sent a very clear signal by voting in favor of a minus 60% target. And also in the Council, we focus our discussions a lot on how we can make this goal a reality. What do we need to implement this goal? So the discourse has changed a lot. The focus of our work has changed a lot. And we see the same signals all over the globe, from Joe Biden, President-elect Joe Biden in the US, with his announcement to rejoin the Paris Agreement, China's announcement in terms of climate neutrality before 2060, Japan and South Korea following suit. So not so many years ago, on a panel like this, we'd be in a lot of conflict. It would be above all conflict-laden, but in 2020, we're basically all on the same track. We're working on solutions instead of insisting on a lot of differences. And this confidence is something I take from this exceptional situation. And I think this confidence can also give us some energy for the big challenges that we have ahead in implementing all of this. So the current situation is a historic challenge, and it's not to be underestimated. But in every disruptive moment in history, we also have to question us how we go on from here. And I think there is only one answer. It's better, it's greener, it's stronger. And Corona showed us the vulnerabilities of our society as much as the climate crisis does. So we have to rethink in a very comprehensive sense the structure of our society, the structure of our economy, the plan for how the economy can be aligned with a resilient, with a climate neutral future. And so the massive investments that we need right now need to be guided by this central feature, that we do not spend millions and billions of euros to move from one crisis to the next one. So to move from the corona crisis to the climate crisis, because the only vaccination against the climate crisis is decisive, is rapid, is urgent action. And we do have the European people, the European citizens on our side to act quicker than until now, to act with more ambition until now, and to quote Kamala Harris, the vice president-elect, to also lead with conviction on that. So what have we done in Austria in this respect? We put in place a number of measures and policies to simultaneously address the economic and the climate crisis. We mobilized the climate billion in 2021 and 2022 for measures such as the renovation of buildings, the expansion of renewable energy, no nuclear in Austria, e-mobility, public transport, and greening the heating system. A second tool, which I'd like to focus on very shortly, is our investment premium. That is a bonus for companies who keep investing in the real economy, especially at the moment like that. And what is new in this is that the premium doubles when you invest in climate action, but it excludes at the same time investment in fossil fuel infrastructure. And so we see this as a very powerful instrument, because more than 40% of the investments out of this 2 billion that was spent on the investment premium went directly into ecological investments. Apart from this, we work on a lot of large number of other measures, from a Renewables Deployment Act, biggest investment in rail infrastructure that Austria has ever seen, a new climate law, eco-social tax reform, etc., etc. So a lot of legislation currently underway. But for all of this, we also need a robust European framework that is an adequate financial framework. That's why the EU budget, with its focus on 30% of climate spending, is crucial for our common effort. That's what you mentioned earlier, that in the context, the European semester and the embedded recovery and resilience plans need to play a central role in this, need to have a great focus on mobilizing money in the good direction. Austria is still working on its plan, so I cannot present you details yet. But I think on the other side, it's also crucial that that we all keep in mind, and that the Commission also keeps in mind while looking at the plans, the do no harm principle in the plans. So undoubtedly, the decisions we take now will shape our economies, will shape our financial system for decades, not just for months or years, for decades. And so we really need to make sure that we go on the good track at the moment. And let me share one last thought, or two brief last thoughts. The one is, leaving no one behind is essential. It needs to be put down as a reality, and not just as a headline. And we need to take this seriously when implementing our policies. But we also need to make sure that we focus our policies towards the future, that we have a forward-oriented strategy, so that we don't orient our strategy exclusively on those with the largest obstacles to overcome. Neither shall someone be left behind, nor shall those with the biggest obstacles keep all of us behind. So we have to address the obstacles, but we need to be ambitious and courageous in moving forward. And the second thought I would like to give and to end with in this first input is that I think we have to think about the current challenges as opportunities, and we need to talk about the current challenges as opportunities. We cannot only enshrine it in our strategy, but we also need to enshrine it in our communication, in our language. I think it's vital. We speak openly about how we can tackle the economic and the climate crisis effectively and succeed in complementing the transitions that we need to make, in doing so quickly, in doing so more ambitiously as until now, and in leaving no one behind. I will close here so I have enough time, and we all have enough time for the discussion also afterwards. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Minister, for this very positive message. And thank you for also referring to one of the key principles of the 2030 agenda, the Leave No One Behind principle. And indeed, in this discussion, we want to talk about also the gaps and the omissions in the European Green Deal, or connections that are probably not yet strong enough. And indeed, the European Green Deal as it stands is not strongly interlinked with the need to tackle a wide range of inequalities in our societies and globally. So we'll maybe come back to this question later on in the discussion. So let me turn now to Pascal Canfin. In April, he launched the European Alliance for a Green Recovery, bringing together 180 political decision makers, business leaders, trade unions, NGOs, and think tanks. Your initiative came at the right moment to ensure that the European Green Deal was not sidelined, but is at the core of our crisis response. So as we've discussed, the Recovery and Resilience Facility and the national plans are essential to demonstrate commitment to the European Green Deal, and they must be fully consistent with the EU's environmental acquis. Now, we as environmental NGOs, we're concerned that the preconditions for funding in the facility are not clear enough, and that funds could go, for instance, into fossil-based projects such as gas infrastructure. So I have two questions for you here, given that you have to leave us soon. My first question is, how do you see the results of your initiative half a year later? But let me directly ask a second question, which I hope you can also answer. The second question is about another policy area which is closely linked to the question of how the EU's budget will deliver on our climate and environmental targets. We've been talking quite a bit already this morning about the common agricultural policy and how it has for a long time been standing in the way of making European farming sustainable and in reaching our environmental and climate objectives. And it's one of the most obvious examples of the lack of policy coherence between all European policies. Now, instead of stepping in to enhance the environmental ambition of the new CAP, the EP has recently voted in favor of a compromise put forward by the European People's Party, SD, and your political group, Renew. The compromise further weakens the Commission's proposal and was strongly criticized not only by the MEPs from the Green and Left spectrum in the Parliament, but also by environmental organizations, and even the Commission itself seems unconvinced that this is not going far enough. Greta Thunberg called it a surrender to climate and environment. Now, if you can, in your second answer, let us know how you think that 7 years from now, at the end of the new budget term, how you think this deal that you have brokered will be evaluated in hindsight, how it has delivered on our climate and environmental objectives.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me well. I will have, as you said, I will have to leave you a few minutes after my speech, and I'm sorry for that. But as you said, indirectly, we are in a very busy time negotiating the recovery plans, the climate law, and so on and so on. So we in the Parliament and myself, we consider that the Parliament has a key role to play in this negotiation, and actually has a political role which is to lead, because usually the Council is a bit behind where the Parliament is, and as the chair of the ENVI committee, I consider my personal role as to be at the forefront of what is needed and credible and feasible. That's always my DNA in terms of political action. So when it comes to the climate law, for instance, and thank you, Eleanor, for mentioning it, we managed to have a majority in the Parliament, including some center-right MEPs, voting for the 60% target in 2030, which is the highest target ever voted by any European institutions. So I hope that we are going to start the trilogue soon. We are ready from the Parliament side to do it. We are still waiting for the green light, I would say, from the German presidency to start the trilogue, knowing, of course, that the 2030 target will be set aside up to the European Council for December 11th. But for the rest of the climate law, nothing prevents us from starting negotiating. And then when I compare the version of the climate law out of the Parliament, and when I read the Commission proposal and the Council, let's say, general approach, which is very, very close to the initial Commission proposal, I can tell you that I can see a lot of merit in the Parliament's position, whether we talk about the implementation, about the assessment by an external council, whether we talk about the obligation of consistency that we introduce, for instance, one article saying that any kind of new proposal from the Commission should be compliant with the climate neutrality objective. And if not, then has to be reworked before being published officially by the Commission. So many improvements, I would say, in the Parliament text, and I hope that we will be able to keep them in the trilogue. And I hope that I can count as well on the most progressive countries and governments in the Council, like Austria, for instance. On the recovery plan, you just mentioned the fact that we need to make sure that no fossil projects are financed. So, it's the NV position, and as a NV chair, I was also the rapporteur for this file, and we managed to find in NV a majority to exclude any financing for fossil fuel projects. Then you know that in the Parliament, the lead is in the Econ and Budget Committee, and we negotiated with them something that would exclude fossil fuel if it's in the harmful category of the taxonomy. So anything that would be harmful, of course, now we are talking, as you said, mainly about gas here, because no government is working on the financing of coal through the recovery plan. So we are talking mainly on gas, and anything that would be considered under the taxonomy as harmful, and it's precisely Article 17 of the taxonomy, would be excluded from the financing of the recovery facility. So if the landing zone will be between a full inclusion, which is the NV position, and an exclusion if it's harmful, which is the Econ Budget position. So at the end of the day, we end up in a situation where it will be very, very hard for member states to use the European Recovery Facility to finance fossil fuel projects, which is, of course, a good thing, because we need to invest in the future and not in the past. The last comment, because you invited me to comment the CAP. I think when you look at the CAP text as voted by the Parliament, you should, of course, start with a compromise between the three groups, the one you mentioned, but also the rest of the votes. And what strikes me is that, it's why I disagree with your analysis and with Greta Thunberg analysis. When you look at the whole thing voted by the Parliament, the compromise plus hundreds of amendments voted over 4 days of vote, then you end up in a situation where you have a real software, I would say, for the greening of the CAP, and the real greening. When I say real greening, what do I mean? I mean alignment and consistency with the Green Deal. And when I mention the Green Deal, I have at least two issues in mind on that front. It's climate issues, of course, but also, and maybe mainly, biodiversity issues. So we have in the EP text provisions saying that the CAP, we give the power to the Commission to assess the national strategic plans, whether they are consistent or not with the Green Deal objectives, climate ones, but also biodiversity ones. We have as well mentions of the farm to fork objectives and the biodiversity strategy objectives, like the reduction of pesticides of 50% in 2030. When you look at all that, and again, you compare with the initial Commission proposal and you compare with the Council text, then you can see that it is way greener. I mean, for instance, another example, but I could speak 1 hour on the CAP text, of course, it's the eco schemes in Pillar 1. I mean, the greening up so far, the greening was made only on 3 conditions. And actually, if you comply with 1 out of the 3 conditions, then you have the full money of Pillar 1. Then now you will have, first, if you take the EP text, first you will have to comply with the 3 conditions, not only 1 out of the 3, but the 3. That's now the new conditionalities. And on top of that, you will have to go beyond the legal constraints or the legal framework for organic or for climate storage, carbon storage in your agriculture practices, or for reduction of pesticides and so on, with a list of eco schemes. And if you do not take at least 2 eco schemes, which will move your practices into something greener, then you don't get the full money you can be financed from the Pillar 1. So it will be a sort of point system, which will be on the top of the conditionalities, and that will clearly incentivize strongly farmers to go greener, because I mean, I don't know that many farmers that could give up 30% of Pillar 1 money they receive from the CAP. So I'm not going to go into the details of the CAP text as voted by the Parliament, but again, I'm sorry, but I disagree with your analysis. And I can tell you that when we are going to enter into the trilogue, and I will conclude on this, when we're going to enter into the trilogue, which is now where we are, and you as NGOs and the NGO community is going to compare for real the 2 texts, the Parliament text and the Council text, you will see a very, very important difference. And I guess that in a couple of weeks, you are going to tell, well, let's keep this provision from the EP text safe. And that's the main risk. And I wanted to conclude on this. That's my last word. My main worry is that then now on, the final negotiation between the Parliament and the Council, and of course with the Commission, is only in the hands of agri-guys. And I have nothing as a principle against the agri-guys, but as a matter of fact, when the CAP is negotiating only with within the frame of agri-guys, whether we talk about the Parliament or the Council, we end up with something which is much, much less balanced in favor of the environment and the green transition. So that's my main worry, is that all the wins we got, consistency with the Green Deal, consistency with the Paris Agreement, alignment with Farm to Fork, and so on, all the win we won in the Parliament might be lost in the trilogues, because none of them are in the Council text. So I think moving beyond what you recalled in your question about your analysis of the EP position, what I would like now is to work with the NGO community, trying to defend the EP position, because I can tell you that it will be under very strong attack from the Council side, because none of these provisions are in the Council position. That's why as well I count on the Commission position and personally as well on Frans Timmermans' commitment to help us to keep this balance between agri and the environment. Thank you. That was my last word on this, but I could talk hours, and happy to rediscuss this issue with EEB and the NGO community in the coming weeks.
Thank you very much, Pascal. Yeah, indeed, we're not here today to go into all the details of the common agricultural policy, but and it's not a secret that on this file, the environmental organizations and you disagree. So thank you for the invitation to continue the discussion on that particular issue. So I'm not sure if you have time, if you have another 3 minutes to take one question from the floor, or if you have to leave us right away. Can we see the question from the floor? So we had a question from Deborah Long, who's asking, Pascal, how do we balance action for the climate emergency with effective action on biodiversity too? And where is the necessary focus on nature-based solutions to tackle the climate emergency without making the biodiversity emergency even worse? So Pascal, if you have another 2 or 3 minutes for us, maybe you can share some thoughts about the necessary focus on nature-based solutions and what you're doing on this in the Environment Committee. Pascal.
So thank you for this very important question. And as Virginijus, the Commissioner, said at the beginning, we really need to put as much emphasis on biodiversity that we do on climate. And because the crisis on biodiversity is there as well, and maybe even worse when you look at and you hear scientists than on the climate front. So my commitment is very high on this. That's why I'm pushing hard in the CAP, by the way, on the biodiversity objectives, because we know that the main driver of biodiversity loss is about agriculture practices, not about agriculture per se, but about some agriculture practices which are very detrimental to the biodiversity. And we also try in the climate law to inject some biodiversity angles, whether we talk about adaptation, because for instance, when you have a better green infrastructure network, or you have better agriculture practices, usually it's better for climate and for biodiversity. So if we manage to have additional provisions, like in the EP text, in the climate law, for climate adaptation, my guess is that it will mainly be a way to drive additional financing to a nature-based solution, as you said, because that's the best way to get adapted to climate impact. Then another answer to your question is through the recovery facility we already discussed. Just for you to know that in the Council position, there is no mention of biodiversity at all. There is a mention, which is a good mention, of the climate target, 37% of the recovery facility, 650 billion euros, should be climate friendly, but no mention of biodiversity. So that's why in the compromise we are discussing on, but we are probably agree on this week in the Parliament, we have 40% for climate and biodiversity, keeping the 10% spending for biodiversity, which is the Parliament position, but recognizing as well there is an overlap between climate spending and biodiversity spending. This is the mutual co-benefits I just mentioned. So for instance, I take one recovery plan I know quite well, the French one. There will be investment to have additional hedges. And when you invest in hedges and you have restoration of hedges, for instance, or replantation of hedges, it's both good for climate and it's good for biodiversity. And we are not going to count twice. So that's why we say 40% for climate and biodiversity, 10%, including 10% of biodiversity, and some part of it will be as well counted in the climate spending, because actually they pursue the two objectives, as you said, about the nature-based solution. So at least it's 3% specifically additionally dedicated to biodiversity, on top of the 37% for climate, part of which will be as well biodiversity friendly. So that's the battle we are now. We will very, very likely land on this in the Parliament position, and then we are going to negotiate with the Council. As you might know, as the rapporteur for the ENVI committee on this file, I will be in the leading position within the EP team to negotiate during the trilogue the green side of the recovery facility, and that's something I will do my best to keep it at the end before the end of the year, so that we have a biodiversity spending secured.
Thanks, Pascal, for taking that question and for your answer. Well, also thank you for explaining in your first answer the role the EP has played in raising the ambition for the emission reduction target to 60%. And that's, of course, a political victory that we congratulate you for. It's also our victory as environmental activists, and it's a victory for the scientists who have been calling for the reduction target of 65%. And we know, of course, that the battle is far from being won, and we count on you in the coming weeks and months to maintain that position. So thank you very much for being with us today. And we'll move to the next panelist. Let's move to Florika Fink-Hooijer from DG Environment, the new Director General of DG Environment. We would like to hear from you how much support do you have from the business community for the implementation of the European Green Deal. So that's another big question when we look at the realization of at the question of how we can actually live up to the objectives of the European Green Deal. For some sectors, that means they will have to follow very ambitious emission reduction targets. And we will also have to discuss clear targets to reduce material consumption in the very near future. Justice Commissioner Reynders has earlier this year promised a proposal from the Commission on sustainable corporate governance and on mandatory due diligence. So European companies could then be held liable for environmental damage, but also for human rights violations in their supply chains and in their value chains. Do you think that European business is ready for such a deep transition? Or is there a risk that the EU will again guarantee another round of delays for some of the most polluting sectors, or continue to go with voluntary commitments from business?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. First of all, because that's my first time that I'm attending your annual conference, so I'm delighted to be here, but also to say, as the Commissioner said before, very happy to have you as a challenging soundboard or partner. Thank you for that. Now, coming back to your question, the business in Europe is not just one homogeneous entity. You have those who are already very innovative, who have built in also, let's say, ways to decarbonize in their business plans, in their processes. So that is happening. And they're ready to significantly also reduce their footprint. On the other spectrum, you have others who are fearing the cost, and they are also very about international competition. One has to accept that. And at the same time, we also know that there are certain sectors who are more harder hit or have to go through more sort of transformation. Steel, shipping, cement, aviation, for instance, but also chemicals partly, chemical strategy. But there we have to see that from the regulatory action, but also from the capital, we do support them on the pathway. Now, you've heard, and we all know, there is money. The funds are in principle there. Some regulatory action we are also putting forward. But I must say, I think it's also for member states to get the pricing right. And that's something which is more linked to the taxation as well, also to the fiscal environment, which is a national environment, right? So I think that's something which we also have to look at. Especially that they would go more from labor to more targeting the most polluting sector, as you were just saying. But in general, I would rather say that business is absolutely, the European business, not up against. On the contrary, I think they see something which is in for them. It is a lot see the unavoidability to go onto future proofing. So basically now the recovery funds are a huge asset and a huge possibility for them to invest in the right process and the right business models. And I'm rather confident that they would. So we have to, however, also make sure that coherently we pass that message, that we say this is not about now doing some luxury, investment. This is really about the transformative, regenerative growth that we want to see. You have the funding for it, we have some technology for it, and we will invest in also research to even improve. We have alternative methods. We know it, but we have to also explain, let's say for the factory worker, the one who is, let's say, the running its own startup, or those who take the executive decisions, that they really understand this is now an investment in future proofing, which they should grab and not hide from. And I think they will, but we also have to say, as I said, it's like investing not only in cost. This is about the next generation that we want to see in business. And I think thirdly, also we have to see, as I said, get the price signals right, have to design that it is, let's say, we also talk to member states about harmful subsidies on let's say, which distort a little bit the pricing. And if you want appropriate also pricing on carbon. That is basically what we have to do. We from the Commission can bring some funding, some proposals, some regulatory aspects, but it also has to be then mainstreamed by the states as well and picked up.
Thank you very much, Florika, for this intervention. So, of course, we're very much aware of the fact that the business community is not homogeneous. There are very innovative new business models. There are cooperatives. There are companies that put carbon neutrality, circular economy really at the core of their business, and we collaborate with these. And these are, of course, the companies, and this is the kind of business that needs a strong regulatory framework to be able to thrive in the next years and to take more space in business. But then on the other hand, of course, there are all these who try everything to continue business as usual, and that to try to appease us with some small changes, but without being really willing to change deeply. I mean, you mentioned several sectors, but shipping is one of the sectors that has been a free rider for way too long. And these sectors, of course, need very clear regulation if we are to achieve the objectives of the European Green Deal. Well, this morning when we discussed with one of the most famous economists of our times, with Kate Raworth, she also made it very clear that in a highly industrialized and in a high income region like the EU, we really need to, and that's something, of course, we need to discuss with business, that we need to discuss what it means to come to a post-growth economy. So we'll get back to the question of business. I would now like to include Tonny into our discussion here. So Tonny, the young people marching the streets for climate action and the protection of biodiversity, the climate strikes, the Friday for Future protests, but also other protests we have seen, for instance, in Germany, where you work, protests against further destruction of villages and nature to make space for coal mines. All these have been crucial elements of why we have seen this massive shift in political priorities that started with the last elections in May last year. So as a young climate and environmental activist, and also somebody who brings in a more global perspective to this discussion, what is your take on the progress made since the European Green Deal was first announced? And what do you think are the policies that are missing, or what are the contradictions that you see? And last but not least, what do you mean when you say we need to decolonize our response to climate change? Tonny, over to you.
Yes, that's a lot of questions in a row, but I will try to start from the response of Green New Deal. I mean, I think most of us, you are already aware that the criticism there has been from the civil society and also from the, I'm also a degrowth and climate justice activist, so from the degrowth community perspective as well, starting from the comparison, how just the amount of the proposal, like when we look at into what was proposed and when we say this is what we're putting forward to deal with the crisis of our time, and we are dealing with the existential crisis. And then when we look at the numbers of what are being proposed for the climate action as part of the Green New Deal, like 1 trillion, versus to when we look at what was put on the table for dealing with the financial crisis, it was almost around 4.2 trillion. So when we see the numbers, the differences in number and what are being proposed, we clearly see. So we can say a lot of nice words and we can try to put forward different actions, but at the same time, if we try to dissect how what does it mean and what we are seeing on the table, it feels like the priority is really not that high, because also within there are certain analyses that looks at the proposed Green New Deal, the numbers and the resources that will be mobilized, that are only around 7.2 billion is what will be spent, like that will be new channeled through a new investment. Rest is kind of reshuffling through already existing different funds that EU has. So that's kind of just starting with that point to shed light on then when we were facing a financial crisis and how willing the banks and the institutions were to kind of channel resources to deal with that. And now when we're talking about climate crisis and how that is going. So this is one of the first criticisms regarding the existing Green New Deal. On the second point, there has been the question of this whole steel, how much there is this drive to growth to still kind of prioritize in the policies. It has to be through the energy investment, through the works. There still has been a focus on green growth, but from the degrowth community, it has been clear that what we are facing now, if you really look at the IPCC reports and where we have to go, unless up to now there is no clear evidence that it's possible to decouple green, like growth and economic and carbon emissions. So it's, if we take that, and in absence of any prominent carbon capture, any efficient carbon capture technology, so we really have to then embed the post-growth thinking into this policy, and that is clearly not present at this stage. And it was also nice to hear, like regarding this discussion with the CAP as well, because when we look into what the policies are aiming at and how this focus is still, of course, within EU, there are certain targets, but from the history, like in the last 20-30 years, so CAP has been highly disputed. But so when we look into the policy implications, that a policy targeted for European producers, but what implication that it has in different parts of the world. So we have seen the examples of how subsidies in EU farmers has resulted in destroying poultry industry in West Africa. In the Bangladeshi dairy farmers had to suffer because of CAP. So we know all of these different cases, and in light of that, it's time that it's more clear that how much EU policies need to take into consideration the whole global impact, not just EU impact. Or even if it's the case that, okay, we are going to really prioritize, it needs to be maybe then it's time to really be consistent to saying what it's really doing, to not really trying to say we are doing amazingly good things, but in times that we are delivering actually quite not living up to the promise. So maybe these are the thoughts or the criticism that needs to be taken into consideration more seriously. Adding to that, also there is this analysis that was also talking specifically about the Green New Deal, how and it's also a bit relevant because we were already talking about the biodiversity, the resources that are being channeled for the biodiversity, and this need to look into making the whole the agriculture inside EU greener. But there is how this would also end up creating like accelerating deforestation in different parts of the world. So there this discussion how in Brazil and Indonesia we are seeing, because of EU's need for going greener, we are actually accelerating deforestation in other parts of the world, and which in overall is harming global biodiversity. So that's another. So I'm just putting all this criticism already exists. So I'm kind of putting it on the table in terms of what we can be happy with and what we cannot. So at this time, when maybe things would be different when we could go, if we were not faced with this crisis, maybe we would have enough room where we could keep on negotiating and putting the criticism on the table and improve. But maybe the problem is, as the crisis is going in a more exponential rate, we probably also need to work on our changing, working on our policies, also making it more radical in an exponential rate as well. So this is why it's also important that we keep looking at what it means. We can't afford to roll out a policy and then see that it has all this diverse impact and actually even devastating impacts in different parts of the world, and then come back and correct on it when we already have existing knowledges and criticism. Maybe it's time that we already start including it at this point. So this is also the reason why I'm putting it, all these different criticism that already existing regarding the Green New Deal. The other point then is also regarding the biodiversity discussion. So this is not exactly relevant with it's relevant, but not exactly part of the EU's biodiversity discussion, the whole discussion of Earth, preserving half Earth. And within, so it's kind of also sheds or a discussion about the limits of the NGO work as well, or the NGO work that has been led mostly by Global North. So in terms of biodiversity conservation work, there's also existing criticism. We see how there are cases where the reserve forest, like forest guards who are supposed to protect the biodiversity, they end up oppressing local people who lives close to the forest and barring them to take resources from the forest. So kind of creating a different form of marginalization and oppression to communities that have always lived close with the forest. So in terms of this very Western notion of biodiversity and trying to protect Earth, we are also, if we don't include in our thoughts, so, and this is where I also touched your question of this whole, when we talk about decolonization, why it is important to include that kind of thought processes, because if we don't take into consideration different ways of living and different forms of knowledges of biodiversity, of interacting with nature, of solutions, we end up reproducing old colonial relationships. So this one example of how through, even when we're trying to do bioconservation, we end up reproducing colonial marginalization of the communities that have been living with the forest, living close to forest areas for long. So when then we think about tackling this upcoming crisis, why, for me, I personally think it's important that we include one, a degrowth lens, then a decolonial lens, and we must need to start considering how, first of all, there's also a lot to go out and learn from communities who have been living over thousands of years in a more sustainable way. Maybe we need to, when we question this dominant civilization that has created kind of this crisis that we're facing through continuous exploitation of nature and different marginalized group, frontline communities, different has created a conflict in extractive front lines. And when we talk about that, we need to reduce our way of consumption and kind of need to go towards that way. We need to definitely include different stakeholders and create a different alternative visionary. So a lot of this fight has to go on the narrative line, and as well as we already have existing alternatives in terms of reducing work hours. There's this discussion of, in terms of policies, there are very practical policies, for example, energy cap, that where we introduce for everybody a certain amount of energy, but beyond that consumption, the price goes up. So there are already existing a lot of different policies that we could use, but I think first we really need to start building a vision where we want to go, and clearly the existing vision is not enough at this stage. Did I answer all your questions, though?
I think so. Thank you very much. I mean, you made a lot of very important points for our discussion. You said that sufficient and long-term decoupling resource use, pollution, emission from economic growth isn't happening now and is unlikely to happen if we believe science. So I think that's a very important point to make, and which links in with Kate's statement this morning. So when the European Green Deal is framed as the EU's new growth strategy, we need to be very vigilant and very critical of what that actually means. And it's also very important that you made these points on the various externalities of European policies. You mentioned, for instance, the negative impact of Europe's agricultural policy, for instance, on dairy farmers in Bangladesh. You mentioned trade and the impact on biodiversity. So I think these externalities are also not really well covered in the European Green Deal, and they're also not accounted for. It just reminds me of the fact that when the EU presents its statistics on the Sustainable Development Goals, there's no single indicator on such externalities today. So we are not even aware of them. I mean, we are, but for the policymakers, the data is not there. And also, thank you for reminding us of the fact that we need to acknowledge the harm that's been done in certain instances to local communities, and that we need to be very critical on who is kind of leading and kind of dominating discussions on how we tackle these global solutions, and that we always need to make sure that all the different stakeholders are being heard equally. So thank you very much for bringing these very important points to the discussions. I would like to go to Anna from our member organization in North Macedonia. So Anna, you're an environmentalist from the Western Balkans. You come from a region with very particular environmental challenges. Your region is known for its pristine nature and for unique biodiversity. But all of this is under threat by infrastructure development, for instance, hydropower plants, the intensification of agriculture and deforestation. And pollution and the environmental health impacts are a major concern throughout your area. Now, the European Commission has just presented the green agenda for the Balkans, so kind of their translation of the European Green Deal to the Western Balkans and the specific problems in your region. This green agenda for the Balkans comes as an annex to an economic investment plan, which is worth €9 billion of investments in your region. Do you think this is a new opportunity to get more momentum on the environmental issues in the Western Balkans? Or is there a significant risk of creating, for instance, new lock-ins with investments in, let's say, gas infrastructure or building even more dams? Anna, over to you.
Thank you, Patrizia. Yes, as you said, in parallel to this plan, the Commission has also presented the guidelines for the implementation of the Green Agenda for the Western Balkans, which actually follow the same 5 pillars as with the European Green Deal, meaning the climate action with the decarbonization, the circular economy, biodiversity protection, the fight against pollution, as well as the sustainable food systems and the rural areas. So the Green Agenda should be serving as a blueprint for the possible measures to be adopted by the EU with each of the Western Balkan partners. So when it comes to the climate, for example, the most important actions would be to facilitate the faster alignment with the EU climate law, and of course explore the options to include the Western Balkan countries in the EU ETS system. In the clean energy, for example, the key initiatives would be alignment with the EU acquis related to the decarbonization, and in the framework of the energy community, of course, and then the development also of the national energy and climate plans. Some of the countries are moving faster than others here. And then a very important aspect is the pollution, or more specifically the air pollution. We see the charts every winter. Our cities from the region are high up on the list with high pollutants. So here the Commission is looking to help the region to develop and implement the air quality strategies, but also to put in place and to accredit the air quality monitoring networks. So in general, the core areas for the investments would be the sustainable transportation, the clean energy, the environment and climate, and of course this digitalization of the systems, which is like a horizontal measure. Now, looking at the flagship, this is very interesting because you pointed to the two very burning issues. Looking at the flagships in the flagship projects in the renewable energy, we see that there is a plan for rehabilitation of existing hydropower plants, but also expansion of them and construction of new ones. And in the flagship initiatives for the transition from coal, we see a lot of gas pipelines. So definitely there is this risk of jumping on the off-the-shelf projects, which the countries are proposing as flagship projects, but this cannot be accepted as the right way forward if these projects are not serving the purpose and the goal of the green agenda. So for example, the hydropower plants reconstruction is one thing, but then a greenfield investment and greenfield construction is another, and it's very environmentally challenging. So it should be definitely critically looked at before declaring it as a flagship initiative, because we all know that it goes in contrast with the biodiversity protection pillar of the Green Deal. Then again, gas infrastructure, although it's well developed in Europe, it is not so present in our region, and we believe it should not be considered as a priority, mainly because it does not contribute to the decarbonization of the systems. It locks away the necessary funding that otherwise it would go for decentralized sustainable energy production, but also because it is an economic burden to households. We know that there is a high rate of energy poverty in these countries, so shifting from electricity use to gas would mean a lot for the budgets and for the countries. So we would much rather see investments go into new technologies that would support sustainable solutions and maximize the potential of the region. At the same time, this would safeguard the nature and the people's health, because this way we see that this is a kind of an action that would really help to transform the region, and it would help the Western Balkan countries boost their economies, basically. Anyone who has any experience with the Western Balkan countries knows that our region is not famous for overachieving in the environmental protection. And we know that the commitments that were made by our governments with the energy community as of 2005 are still not met. So we still have countries which are planning to invest in new coal power plants. We still have the region suffering from these development of the destructive and unnecessary hydropower plants. Recycling and waste prevention are at a very, very extremely low level, and at the same time, instead of investing into rail and public transport, our countries are going in debt because of the building of the motorways. So we know, I am optimistic, change can be made, but only if the politicians see very clear consequences of not complying with the green agenda. So there is this, I would say, a bit of positive experience with the energy community, that we see that there was some progress made with applying of the energy and environmental legislation. But then again, the enforcement is still lagging behind, and there is a discussion in the background going whether there should be the introduction of some monetary penalties, which would speed up in a way the long-awaited implementation and enforcement of the legislation put in place. One of the possible solutions would be the conditionality of the financing, meaning that each investment would be conditioned on the application of at least one or more of the five of the principles of the 5 pillars laid down in the green agenda, in combination with the digitalization, of course, as a horizontal measure. It seems that there is, the political will is not enough, because we think that the Commission needs to do more to ensure the appropriate implementation of this ambitious mechanism in place. As a final note, let me express a bit of regret that the European Commission did not properly ensure the consultation process for the shaping of the green agenda policy. It seems that civil society was somehow forgotten along the way, whereas I think that they could have played a key role in providing information from the ground and also putting pressure on national governments to adopt higher ambitions. The European Commission should consider CSOs from this region as allies because they're also promoters of the good governance, and they're somehow the facilitators of the much needed reform in the region. On this note, I would like to end and hand it off back to you, Patrizia.
Thank you, Anna, for sharing some insights about how the EU is using the European Green Deal in the candidate countries and in the wider region. And actually, it's tomorrow that the heads of state and the heads of government are going to meet in Sofia to endorse the Green Agenda for the Balkans. And it is true, Anna, that civil society consultation around the design of that agenda and now the endorsement has been rather weak, and civil society is very much needed in the region to watchdog the rollout of the Green Agenda and to make sure, as you have said, that the investments are in line with the climate and environmental objectives that we have, and that we do not create further lock-ins. So thank you very much for sharing that insight. I would like to stay with another question on the question of the EU's environmental leadership beyond its own borders. So now we've just talked about the immediate neighborhood, but let's talk a little bit about the global level with Florika Fink-Hooijer again. So 2020 was, as it was mentioned before, was meant to be the super year for nature with the Convention on Biological Diversity's COP, the Climate COP, and many other important global meetings where there was hope to find global solutions for the triple environmental crises. Now, the pandemic has put the brakes on all of these ambitions, but of course we have no time to lose. Now, all of these things have been postponed into 2021. Which role will the EU play in global environmental negotiations next year? How are you going to make sure that, how are you going to ensure the EU's global leadership in driving sustainability and making some substantial progress at the global level? Can you very briefly highlight maybe a couple of issues that you want to ensure at the global level next year?
Sure. And let me just say that, yes, COVID might have put a brake to the meetings, but I think it has actually exacerbated the need for making progress. So you can see it also as, having increased the urgency. So I think that's also to be taken into account. Now, we always said, also in the Green Deal, that we can't do this alone. I mean, pollution and environmental degradation doesn't stop at our borders, and it's difficult enough, even if it's difficult enough to deal with this inside the EU. But we always said we need partners. And the Commissioner said it a bit earlier in his interview that, yes, of course, it has to become part of our trade agreement agenda. It has to be really mainstream, so not just nice environmental dialogue. It has to be really put into all the different forms of a trade negotiation discussion. But obviously also preparing quite heavily the next steps. I have to come back also on Western Balkans, because one of the issues is precisely to look at our neighborhood, also in Africa, but also Eastern Partnership. And indeed, it was very important for DG Environment to get into, for instance, this agenda, also flagships for waste management, water management, air pollution, and so on, because ultimately this is an area and a neighborhood which we want to bring close to the Union, and therefore also to our key. So therefore, also now, and we will come out with very positive results, I think, on the MFF discussions. We have the NDICI funding, which is important as an external funding to submit and to support this Green Deal. And the Green Deal has to be not only inside, it has to be also mirrored in our external relations. Now, we do have quite a number of very important, perhaps postponed, but nevertheless upcoming fora that we will want to use fully. I mean, you do remember we had already the Leaders Pledge for also biodiversity and all this in New York. was a very big success. People worked very hard to get more people on board. We had also continued to work very hard on the the international platform for sustainable finance. I think that's also important because when you look at the current membership, these are 14 members, they nevertheless represent something like 50% of the world population, but also 45% of global GDP, but also 50% of the gashouse emissions. So therefore, this is a platform we will want to use. We are working on the Global Alliance, in general, the Green Global Alliance, but also on the Global Alliance on the in the circular economy, quite important for us. We will have upcoming in February, if I'm right, the Environmental Assembly from the UN. We want to use that fully as well. I mean, basically, the whole agenda that we have under the Green Deal, be it zero pollution, be it biodiversity, be it, climate change, but also circular economy, these are the strengths that we want to push and to use all our partners externally as well. And obviously, the COP15 for biodiversity would be hopefully one where we see results that mirror also our engagements on, for instance, putting 30% into protected areas. If you want to come there, you need to engage thoroughly with partners. You have to identify who would be the leading partners also in the different regions, but you have to invest now in order to come to results in declarations and in commitments, because we want to have commitments. And we want to see it then translated into reality. It's not just nice words that we want to have, right? I think we have to see, the Commissioner mentioned that also as well, how now changes in the US allow us or not to have a different conversation also in the G20, in the G7. That would be very good, but we will have to see how this rolls out. So I think there's a lot of possibilities, but we have to invest in it now, and that's what we, for different strengths at different levels, we are preparing now. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, Florika. And yeah, let's hope that the renewed sense of emergency that the pandemic has created is actually going to translate into commitments and decisions next year. So I would like to go back to the Austrian government for a very short question before we come to the questions, two questions that our members are going to ask to the panel. So Elisabeth, let's stay a bit with the another kind of global commitment that the EU has signed up to, the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals. So the European Green Deal has been presented as the main instrument, the EU's main instrument to deliver on the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs. So what do you think? Have the SDGs and the 2030 Agenda, has it been sidelined a bit and replaced by the European Green Deal, which is very ambitious but still narrower in scope than the 2030 Agenda? Or do you think it is a powerful tool to realize the SDGs? And one key promise in the European Green Deal was to integrate the Sustainable Development Goals into one of the most important macroeconomic tools, steering tools, namely the European semester. So what is your government's position on the reform of the macroeconomic governance? And do you think the Stability and Growth Pact could be replaced by a Sustainability and Wellbeing Pact based on the SDGs? Thanks for a short answer.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear well.
Okay, very good. So I don't think, and also the Austrian government doesn't think that the European Green Deal does replace the SDGs in the Agenda 2030. The European Green Deal is extremely ambitious, and we very much support it, of course, in all its dimensions. Nevertheless, as you said, it is not as broad as the SDGs. Austria wouldn't have opposed if the European Commission had proposed a strategy to implement the SDGs and Agenda 2030 strategy. This is not the case now, and I don't think it will be the case. as a decision was taken that the member states should report on the implementation of the SDGs in the semester. So there is a discussion inside the member states, also in Austria, if it is possible to report on all the SDGs in the semester, or if the semester is a bit narrower, has more focus on economy and on jobs, and then that the SDGs would be more an annex based on indicators. We also have a proposal on the AIDS Environment Action Program that is also a monitoring instrument, and of course also closely related to the SDGs, but as well as the Green Deal. It is narrow, and I think we have to be careful that all the social parts, they leave no one behind things, that the gender equality things are taken into account. And gender equality, for example, was part of the semester before. Austria several times had a country-specific recommendation on closing the gender pay gap, for example. When it comes to the Stability and Growth Pact, I don't think that growth is a goal in itself, especially growth in GDP terms. But I'm not against growth. Austria is not against growth, and Kate Raworth said this morning, the ashes of the pandemic. So we will need some growth in the future after this many economic problems that we are having. But I think we all agree that it has to be sustainable and green growth. And we will need an economic stability also as a basis for social policies, for climate policy, for economic policy. If we want to rename the Stability and Growth Pact, I don't know. I don't know if there is an Austrian position, at least. Thank you.
Thanks, Elisabeth. And we actually have another question for you from one of our board members. We have Nathan Métinier with us. Nathan also represents the young environmentalists in our board. So I think Nathan has a question for you on the Energy Charter Treaty. Nathan, over to you and your question.
Thank you, Patrizia. I hope you can hear me well. Well, the European environmental community is extremely worried about the Energy Charter Treaty. I'm sure you are aware that German utility firm Uniper is using the ECT to claim compensation from the Netherlands for its decision to phase out coal for electricity production by 2030. Really? There are at least 88 lawsuits within the EU under the ECT. With the climate law, more disputes are likely to come up as 70% of foreign investment in the energy sector in the EU are intra-EU. It is not possible to build a strong European Green Deal without a deep reform of the Energy Charter Treaty. We need to end the protection clauses for fossil fuels and the right of investors to sue governments for stepping up climate action. If a real reform of the ECT is not possible, the EU and its member states need to withdraw from the treaty. Is the Austrian government ready to walk the talk and substantially change the treaty, or to scrap it all together?
The energy treaty is written in the spirit of the 1990s, immediately after the fall of the Berlin Wall, and it is kind of, it is old-fashioned, and we also do think it is in a way outdated. It has a focus on the sovereignty over energy resources. There are sentences written on environment and climate, but we also do think that they are not taken so seriously as in the past. It was all about oil and gas industry and about the protection of this industry as well. There is a renegotiation on this energy treaty charter going on, because the European Commission and also member states, Austria of course as well, have concerns that the treaty is not compatible with the Paris Agreement, and we want to be compatible with the Paris Agreement. And you mentioned yourself the big problem with the arbitration. I think in the ECT there were more arbitrations than in any other international agreement that we have. And Austria would support the position that we need in the future a multilateral investment court as a new possibility. I think we really stand for a renegotiation of the Charter. I don't think that at the moment the question is if the European Union does withdraw or not, but we are in favor of renegotiating. We are actively participating in it, and we really do want that the Energy Charter Treaty is in line with the Paris Agreement and with the Green Deal.
Thank you, Elisabeth, for the answer on the Energy Charter Treaty. And we have another question, a final question, which is about a subject that we have talked about, I think, but which we haven't dived into really. It's from Attractor Uvroin, our Vice President from Ireland. Attractor, over to you.
Thank you, Patrizia. I hope you can hear me. As Kate and Tony highlighted this morning, the EU's current trade policy has serious negative impacts on the environment, both within the EU and for our trade partners. And it also threatens effective implementation of EU environmental law. The EU's belated sustainability impact assessment on the EU-Mercosur trade agreement published this summer was frankly a disgrace, coming so late and modelling the effect of the agreement in complete isolation of our Paris Agreement commitments. More and more member states, including Austria, have realised the totally unacceptable nature of this deal. The EU has now launched a review of its trade policy, and this is a key moment for the Green Deal transformation to happen, or to be hijacked by the patterns of the past. Ms. Fink-Hooijer, you spoke this morning about mirroring the Green Deal in our external relations. Will you champion and make sure that DG Envie will do everything it can to ensure the EU's trade policy is transformed and aligned with the European Green Deal, and that trade deals will be informed by and subject to more rigorous environmental assessment from the start, particularly as the EU Trade Council today is discussing the EU-US trade agreement. We need to protect the EU's proud tradition of progressive policy and regulation, particularly in the environmental sphere, and halt the negative impact of our trade policy on climate action and on agricultural intensification, impacting on biodiversity, air and water quality. Thank you. I look forward to your response.
Thank you for the question.
I think Florika, can you answer the question? The question was for Florika mainly, and the Commission.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry, my apologies.
Florika wants to comment on the alignment of the European Green Deal objectives and the trade policy reform. We can't hear her?
Hesitated. Yeah, it is. And I think that's also what the Commissioner tried to say this morning regarding mainstreaming these aspects in all the trade negotiations and then the trade chapters, agreement chapters. But I'll give you perhaps one concrete example, or two, which will be upcoming. In the sustainable product framework that we will be working on next year under the Circular Economy Action Plan, is actually one where we really would like to see that products are sustainable. Certainly our products that we produce and we put on the market, but of course it does not, I mean, we have a very big market and you have to see what also are we importing and exporting. It gives us leverage. I think it gives us leverage. And I'm also thinking that if we put the bar high, it is not that we will be having necessarily a competitive disadvantage, but I think by having put up our environmental bar high, others see that they have to follow. So we have a multiplier effect. I mean, and I personally think also we have perhaps a benefit of a first mover effect, but that's to be seen. But in general, when you look at the product, sustainable product framework, there we will test certain elements. We also have said that we would come out, and that brings us back a little bit to what earlier was mentioned, the due diligence and the corporate responsibility. We will come up with a proposal on deforestation. Now, as I said, we can have our ambitions, but we have to see that we also live up to these ambitions. If we are, with our internal market, one of the biggest importers of certain goods that enter our market, but which on the value chain have been doing significant harm, to the environment or to the resource depletion or to pollution, we cannot just say we are not looking at it. This is exactly what we are trying to put forward or to address when we come forward with our deforestation proposal. But I will also not say that this is so easy to be done, because you have international norms, you have also rules and right-based environments, in which we normally very much believe, because it's also in our interest. So WTO allows to make exemptions and exceptions when we think that the environment is significantly harmed, or is in any case harmed. This is basically the translation of the do no significant harm principle that we upheld in our approach now, especially in the funding. We will try to put that up also in our trade aspects. But I would not necessarily say that this is an easy path, but it's one of credibility. And I think as part of the Great Green Deal, we have mentioned that already. So I think we now have to implement it and go step by step.
Thank you very much, Florika, for that answer. So we're coming towards the end of our exchange here. And I think we've covered quite a bit of ground with this discussion. So just looking at the results of the poll that we have put to the audience, what do you think? What are the missing elements in the European Green Deal, or what are the elements that are actually contradicting each other? So quite interestingly, what came out highest is the EU's dependence on raw materials and natural resources from other parts of the world, and the missing targets to reduce our material footprint. So that came out as the biggest missing element. And the second one is one that we have just addressed, which is making the EU's global trade patterns, including through its supply and value chain, truly sustainable. And so we've just heard from DG Environment that, for instance, one element that we are probably looking into the future is to see how we can use the high standards for product policy that we have developed in the EU also to raise the bars for imports to the EU. But of course, we also have to reduce our impacts to third countries. In terms of contradictions and missing elements, the third opinion that you shared with us was that the integration of the SDGs, or the alignment of the European Green Deal with the SDGs, also needs to be strengthened. And then we've also talked about the recovery and resilience facility and funding in general, and how to make sure that the budget doesn't contradict the objectives. We have talked about the Energy Charter Treaty as another potential element of contradiction. So there are risks of one policy or one agreement undermining the other that we will have to watch out for in the coming months and years. And then thankfully Tonny has reminded us of another maybe weak point of the European Green Deal, which is the lack of awareness given to the externalities of our European policies and practices, and how we're going to make sure that we reduce the negative impact that we have on other parts of the world, and also to be much more critical about the impact that we have on not just on third countries, but also on more vulnerable communities, and how we make sure that everybody has the same weight around the table. Also, a big thank you to Anna for sharing some insight with us about the situation in the Western Balkans and the challenges there with the massive investment coming in, and the risk of investments going into infrastructure that will create new lock-ins. You made a clear case on introducing gas infrastructure in a region that has traditionally not used gas a lot. Hydropower is another known problem, but also the problem that some of the countries there have are not refraining from investing in new coal power stations either. We've also touched upon the question of resources in general. I mean, how much resources are we putting to the European Green Deal? And Tonny, you have reminded us about the fact how much money has been put into tackling the financial crisis. So how much money are we now going to put into tackling this global crisis? And last but not least, we've also talked a bit about clear roles for business and businesses' commitment to the objectives of the European Green Deal. One element of the Green Deal we haven't talked about much today is the industrial strategy that definitely needs to be ramped up. We've also mentioned the need for due diligence regulation and being able to hold companies much more to account when they do not live up to the high standards that we are setting. So thank you very much for this very interesting round of exchange and a lot of food for thought for our future work on these issues. So I would like to hand over to our Secretary General, Jeremy Wates, again for his conclusions of today's conference before we close the conference. Jeremy.
Thank you, Patrizia. Well, it's been a really interesting few hours this morning, and yeah, I think Patrizia's just given a really excellent summary of the latest panel, which gives me the sort of luxury to sort of pick and choose some of my favourite bits from the morning. I would say I would characterise the morning more like a kind of tapas than a three-course dinner. Lots of really interesting and tasty topics that we've dipped into, and some of those would merit a full conference in their own right, for example, on the Common Agriculture Policy. I think I want to start with a really kind of very obvious point that we've almost taken for granted throughout the morning, which is that we are in a completely different place than we were a couple of years ago. And when we were having this kind of conference 2, 3, 4 years ago, you know, the gains that we were making, they were some significant gains. We made those gains despite rather than because of the high-level priorities of the EU leaders and particularly the Commission. With the von der Leyen Commission, that has really changed in a very positive way, and I think it's important to really acknowledge that. The question then becomes, you know, is the Green Deal for real? You know, is it a green mirage? And you know, I think what we've heard today suggests that yes, it is for real. Yes, it is making a difference. But it's no panacea, and we're going to need to continue fighting on policy issue by policy issue, the usual trench warfare as we have in the past. The difference in that trench warfare is that we're getting high-level support because there is an ambitious concept at that high level which now the specific policies have to live up to, and that's a hugely important difference. Yes, this morning Kate made this differentiation between, you know, the vision and the leadership from the targets and strategies and the legislation and financing, and she kind of gave full marks for vision and leadership in the European Green Deal. I mean, there is the issue, and it's one of the strands that's run through this morning about the issue of growth itself, and the fact that the European Green Deal has been described as a growth strategy. And that's something that, you know, environmentalists jumped onto and said, they still haven't understood. It's, you know, growth is the problem. But I think a second thought about that is maybe it was quite smart to call it a growth strategy, because if it hadn't been called a growth strategy, there could have been voices saying, well, now we need, beside the Green Deal, we need a growth strategy. So making the Green Deal the growth strategy, in a way, could have been a clever move to say, now we can talk about what that means. Does it mean, as in the past, growth in GDP? Or does it mean growth in other things like well-being, like happiness, like quality of life? So, you know, I think we didn't have agreement this morning on the issue of growth, but there were different views already. But I think most people now realise that it can't just be about GDP. So clearly one of the other background themes today has been the fact that we are living in the middle of a pandemic. The COVID pandemic reached Europe in March. And I think another thing I'd like to acknowledge, and I did a little bit acknowledge this earlier in the conversation with the Commissioner, is, it really could have knocked the European Green Deal off course. And there were some business interests who really pushed for that. But by and large, the European Green Deal has held. And I think mainstream politicians of all persuasions have actually really stood behind the European Green Deal, and it's kind of morphed into a call for a green recovery. I think Florika Fink-Hooijer was completely right when she said a lot of businesses now are really conscious of the need to future-proof their activities. So we saw quite a few businesses who wanted to actually defer targets in the Green Deal, but not to actually kill off the instruments. I think the COVID crisis has also created this extraordinary opportunity with these unprecedented financial stimulus packages, which really give a chance to not just keep the Green Deal on course, but actually to accelerate it. And I think it'll be interesting if we look back in years to come and say, actually, what was the effect of the Green Deal, of the pandemic on the Green Deal? Did it actually speed things up, or did it slow things down? Did it create more ambition, or did it weaken ambition? I mean, the jury's probably still out on that, but certainly it's been encouraging to see at that high level of the top level narrative that there has been that commitment to a green recovery, and to making those investments, as the Austrian minister Leonore Gewessler said, to make sure that we are better, greener, stronger. And in relation to this, it's clear that the question of the national recovery and resilience plans is going to be absolutely crucial. And the Commission's role in checking those plans to make sure that they're European Green Deal compatible is crucial. And not only that, the certain percentage is going towards Green Deal objectives, but none of the rest is undermining those European Green Deal objectives. So I think that's going to be really crucial. And I think many NGOs, many of our members are very disappointed at the lack of civil society participation in the preparation of those plans. I mean, it's not over yet, but that's something that we would really like to see. And I was reminded of that hearing Anna speak about the lack of civil society participation in preparing the green agenda for the Balkans. Another big theme this morning has been the relationship between the EU and the rest of the world. Again, I really liked Florika's comment that the European Green Deal must be mirrored in our external relations. And I would sort of divide those external relations into three sort of categories. And the first, which we've heard a lot about this morning, is about the EU's environmental footprint on the rest of the world and the need to really take responsibility for that and bring it under control. And first starting by acknowledging it, because it's often not acknowledged. The second part of that relationship between the EU and the rest of the world is, can we spread the EU policies to other parts of the world? And I think the response this morning from Kate to Patrick's question is, no, we shouldn't be kind of imposing, inspiring, yes, but not imposing or expecting others to copy what we've done, but certainly it can be an inspiration. And then the third part of that relationship is, are other parts of the world, can they act as a brake on the EU's environmental ambition? And there the issue of trade relations is, I think, very important. And I think the EU does have not just the opportunity, but the obligation to flex its economic muscle when it's dealing with parties, I'm not going to say a future UK, let's see how that turns out, but who want to go with lower environmental standards, then I think it really needs to take a very robust approach and say, you want access to our single market, that's fine, but you need to respect certain environmental standards. Well, how do we change all of this? I think the role of political will was highlighted by Kate this morning in the hijacking versus harnessing discussion. And she said, we harness when leaders have the guts to go for it. So we really need our leaders to have those guts. Political leadership, political courage are crucial. But the other thing that's absolutely crucial, and this is my final point, is the role of civil society in all its forms. Big organised NGOs like the European Environmental Bureau, also grassroots movements like Fridays for the Future, Extinction Rebellion, the whole spectrum that makes up the environmental movement. But outside the environmental movement, we also need the engagement and commitment of a much wider range of stakeholders. Businesses who really need to understand what future-proofing means, trade unions who can be champions of the just transition, and so on and so on. And of course, we have many allies close to the heart of the decision-making processes in the Commission, in the Member States, in the Parliament. And I think it was Kate who said, sometimes those people, they really know what they should be doing, but they're kind of trapped in their institutions and structures, and we need to treat them as allies, the progressive voices in there, and work closely with them to bring about this transition to a better world. Thank you very much. And back to you, Patrizia.
Yeah. Thank you, Jeremy, for the conclusions. So let me again thank all the speakers this morning. Very early in the morning, Kate Raworth, and then the Environment Commissioner, who was with us for the dialogue with Jeremy, and now all the panelists. Thank you again to the Austrian Environment Minister, Leonore Gewessler, and also to Elisabeth Freytag-Rigler for jumping in. Thank you also to Pascal Canfin, Chair of the Environment Committee, and to Florika Fink-Hooijer from DG Environment for having joined the panel, and of course to Anna from our North Macedonian member organization, EcoSvest, as well as Tonny Nowshin for providing your perspective to the panel discussion today. So we will now go for a lunch break. And please do stay with us and join us for the EEB's online project fair this afternoon. It's an occasion for you to find out more about our EEB members' current projects. You can join a live room, and you can switch between rooms and see what you find interesting. Please also continue sharing your thoughts with us on Twitter, and of course follow us if you're not doing that already. As has been mentioned before, we'll make the video of the conference available online for you, so please share it with anyone you think might be interested. Please do stay in touch. You may also want to follow our online news channel Meta, to which you can also subscribe. And now I'm going to hand over to my co-moderator Patrick for his final words.
Okay, thank you very much, Patrizia. And thanks everyone, also all the people here in the studio. I just want to say that, first of all, thank you very much for all the ideas as to what we can do to push the Green Deal becomes truly transformative. Please keep sending them in, because then we can then nudge in the right direction. And Jeremy mentioned about looking back. Well, first I want to look forward, is that we're going to have an annual conference next year in Paris, assuming everything goes well, on the 11th of October, so join us there. We're going to be tracking quite closely what's going to happen in the Green Deal in the next 12 months. And then at that moment, we can then truly look back and say, yes, it is transformative, or it's just business as usual. And also then, so do join us with that, and do send in your views as to what we need to do to nudge the Green Deal forward. And finally, just a big thank you for all of the EEB team. There's a lot of invisible people who are making all of this work, and without them, it wouldn't have worked. And then also thank you for all having spent your time with us in this session, and let's stay in touch.